Waaw man pare naa. Waaw maa ngi woon ci screen bi di wax hello hello. Ah ok. Yeah, hello. Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me, Mr. Conte?
Yes, I can.
All right. Can I have the witness on the screen? Really? Hello, Mr. Conte?
Yes, yes.
Oh, it's not breaking. It's okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Maybe you can just say a longer sentence so we can hear you.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Because it's echoing a bit.
Wow.
But you can hear me clearly from your end.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Maybe our technical people will take care of the echoing. closer to your earpiece up far away from the mic. Yes. Hello, Mr. Conte.
Let's cancel.
Hello, Mr. Yeah, just soft spoken.
Yeah, I'm speaking. Maybe okay, I'm trying now.
But the voice is still.
Is it okay now?
Hello, yes, Mr. Hello, Mr. Conte.
Yes. Hello?
Okay. Maybe just also speak louder when you're speaking.
Okay, yes. Oh, okay. I will, I will, I will try to speak loud. If I could shout, then I could shout.
But I think that on our end, we need to do something as well for the volume. They're working on it. So just give us some time.
Okay.
Muadara. Okay, Mr. Conte, you need to say something. Maybe tell us about America, for those of us who haven't been.
Are you serious? Have you never been to America before?
Sorry?
Do you mean that you've never been to America before?
Have I been to America before?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's normal. It's a good place, and I like it here. And there are a lot of people.
Yeah, the volume is coming. Ngenyo. Dauda? Dauda? How malan nga def de way ñewon na volume bi. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so what state are you in? New York?
I'm in Seattle, Washington, Seattle.
Oh, in Seattle. That far away
I'm
place.
in Seattle, Washington.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Which area of Seattle are you in?
I'm in Kent, it's the city of Kent.
Okay, thanks. Hello? Which area of Seattle are you in? Hmm?
Kent.
Kent. I can't, okay. I know Everett, where all the Gambians are.
Yes, that's where majority of the most, very most, but I think Kent is around the south side, around Renton. Then you have Kent, then you have, I believe, Auburn,
Okay,
here along. So it's around the south side. So everywhere is around the north side.
okay. Dauda, so, naka? Better definitely. They're just trying to regulate the sound. It's still not right. Because they can, when they increase it, it echoes. So they're trying to get rid of the echo.
Okay.
So they've reduced the volume. I can't hear you very properly now.
I hope maybe it's not me, because
No, I don't think so. I don't think it's on your side. It's over here. Hello, can you say something so they can test it again?
yes, so I live
Yeah,
in Kent, Seattle, Washington.
yeah.
It's around the south side of Washington, around Renton, the city of Renton, closer to Renton and Auburn.
Okay, it's much better. The sound is much better now.
Seattle.
Okay, I think the sound is much better. So let's hope we maintain it. Daura, so if you ban a from there, yeah? Okay. Ah, bulen lifin there. Okay. Hello, Mr. Conte. Let's continue talking so that they can hear the interpreters. Okay, just continue. Yeah. Continue.
So what? You want me to? Yeah, I mean, Seattle it's a really nice place. I believe the people, the community are
Okay. Can you hear him
nice,
properly?
friendly people.
waaw waaye ñun ñu ngi koo dégg fii so naka la nekkee si internet bi te ñun ñu ngi am good reception fii.
Testing, testing, testing. Are you getting me? How are you? Hello?
Is the witness supposed to also get you?
Yes.
Mr. Conte, can you hear the interpreters? They just said
Hello?
testing, testing.
Hello? Testing.
Okay. Yes.
He said he's getting me.
I can hear the interpreter.
Okay, great. Yeah. He says he can hear the interpreter. Mr. Mane, can you hear the witness?
Well, I can hear him, but it's very low.
It's low. Then it's here. It's the technical. Dauda should sort it out. It's Dauda's department. Dauda, defal dara. Ñu mëna start.
It doesn't come directly. In Nako, I can hear him. Nako speak up. Sometimes the mic over. In the sound of the Wala na nila in Kano. No, lumina si like raja. I tested it. Yeah, the witness so diam. Ni ka sort of law. It doesn't come here directly. Huh? It goes to Segar la mic. Ni ka wala pick. Wala ka na ni lane. Headset ko.
What are you saying? You mean Sagara mic is picking the sound from the TV?
Wala ka na ni lane.
From the whole sound?
Yes. Wala
But
na.
Sagara la mic offer.
After all I'm saying, I diam bang for the witness so much.
Hello, let's continue talking and then we
witness,
will
America
sort
be
out
nyadile.
the... Mafeko.
Wow.
Okay, hold on.
Mr. Mane,
Feko.
America is fine here.
What is good?
Okay, just hold.
Nkamwele, yes.
No, Sagara time is on, still on, but still.
I'm going very slow in about.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Mr. Conte, do you have any particular language you want us to, you want to choose in the background, Mandinka or Wolof?
Yes, I am mending. So.
You're Mandinka, so you prefer Mandinka? Okay, so take note, interpreters, Mandinka.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Guy, na guy ñu start nga bala muy am ben.
Naka ñu sa go affaire bi bu ndena mo bu waste time mo. Kay naka ñu do ko fa def.
Yes, ma'am. There you go, man. Wow. Yung sura ka.
Bunun kan?
Yung sura ka na so.
Bunun sa. Para dam ko may tu. Go so yo kay abi echo. Na pa fofu non. Ay do ko na ina sa fofu non. Kon mo boy, no men. Ki timi ka boy, kon mo boy. Wala bu ma la dara ko boy.
Wal mo de man lala.
Dede moom mu ne moom léegi borom sama dafa lu ma ko fii muy ok fii dafa dafa ay foofu noonu waaw man fi ma bu fekkee dama la dara fii moom ah
So, Dauda, in case Namako Jamban. Hello, testing. Are you getting me, Dauda? Medium Canada, come with it. Okay.
boy Noel boy baka dem nga ngay dé jingul bu boy nga dugal witness bu boy Noel dafa lolu boy luga bala ñi di dugasi boy ñu ngi waya dugasi gënal jingul bi nga indi witness bu boy 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 Bakary maa la dégg aca waxal boy Bakary boy la maa ne naka suma voice foofu noonu mu ngi low ndax but ñoom si ñoom ñu ne ñoom voice bi dafa low Sagar say something because ñu ne voice Sagar bi moo low
Hello.
and Sagar voice is more personal okay
yéen a ngi maa dégg bu baax léegi na Dawda lan la gaa yi wax suma voice bi den loolu den xaw ma si lan la because man suma voice bi lowut fi Hello, Dauda. Yes. Bakary baax na na baaxut. Mu ngi écho léegi. Hello. Hello.
Hello, mic test, hello, mic test, hello. Allo. Naka la Dawda? Sare naka la baax na. Allo? Ah? Mu ngi ñëw baax na.
Hello.
Dafa open dafa.
Hello, Dawda.
Allo?
Baax na na baaxut.
Allo. Naka la may. Dawda naka la em na.
Hello. Yéen a ngi maa dégg na déggu leen ma. Yéen a ngi maa dégg na déggu leen ma. Mu ne la. Echo wut si man de. Echo wut fii so.
There was no prior discussion. There is no prior discussion.
Dawda wax leen ñu lu leer ñi ñu ngi ñëw toog si.
It's not creating a problem. Well, he would say already that we're coming back to it just like apparently, but yeah, but what would you? But no.
See, Manaka.
No, you see, they see the commission.
As fast as the speed of light. Whatever business you're in, have. Did you remind him that the last time he said
Good morning, everyone, and sorry again for the late start. We were working on quite a few things behind the scenes. Welcome back again to the public hearings of the TRRC. Imam, you have the floor. If you can offer some prayers, and perhaps you may add a few special prayers because of the period of Ramadan that we are in, the last 10 days, involving the Laylatul Qadr. Imam, you have the floor. If you can offer prayers then, please.
Thank you, Chair. ci kaddu Chair man bi wone na ne dafa bëgg ñu def ñaan jublu ci suñ fukki fan yi mujjé ci wéri koor bi ñun ñëpp xam nañ li nekk ci fukki fan yi mujjé ngeenel bi ci nekk jégal bi ci nekk yàlla nangul ñu lañu or ak lépp lu baax loo xam ne def nañ ko ci suñ aada yi la ne fukki fan yi mujjé ñu yaakaar ne yàlla dinañu jégal suñ bakkaar yépp te nangu na lépp luñ ko jaamu ci jamono ñu jéema delluwaat ci moom di ñaanal réew bi di ñaanal suñ njaboot gi am mboole mbokki julit ci àddina bi fii ak ci suñ dëkk bi fii nii rawatina nag suñ dëkk bi dañ soxla ñaan yàlla génne ñu ci wax yu bari yi le yàlla defal ñu jàmm ñu am yoon boo xam ne dañ ko dox boo xam ne yooni jàmm la te yàlla defal ñu jàmm rek lañ bugga yàlla ñu yàlla defal jàmm balaa ñu def ñaan bi kon ku nekk rek ci sa xel na nga xalaat sa réew xalaat mbokk yi ak njaboot gi ñu ñaanal leen yàlla musal leen te muccal leen ci feebar yu bari la nekk ci kaw àdduna si ba pare nag ñu gën a ñaan nag pour yàlla nangul ñu lépp loo xam ne jaamu nañ ko yàlla defal ñu jàmm ci beneen at yi ñëw te yàlla bàyyi ñu fi ba mu yàgga defal ñu jàmm kon ma dugg ci ñaan bi bismillahi rahmani rahim alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin rahmani rahim maliki yawmiddin iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in ihdina siratal mustaqim siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin amin فلله الحمد رب السماوات ورب الأرض رب العالمين وله الكبرياء في السماوات والأرض وهو عزيز الحكيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أنزلناه في ليلة القدر وما أدراك ما ليلة القدر ليلة القدر خير من 1000 شهر تنزل الملائكة والروح فيها بإذن ربهم من كل أمر سلام هي تعمل ليل الفجر بحرمة اللهم فصل وسلم وبارك على هذا النبي الكريم سيد سند العظيم ذو القلب الرحيم سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين
Amen. Shukran, Imam Jallo, and thank you very much again for those special prayers during this last 10 days of Ramadan. Bishop, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman. Lord God Jehovah, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. You have created all humankind in your image and in your likeness, and have planted each and every person in the different nations of the world. We continue to thank you for our preservation. Thank you for our protection, and thank you for your providence over each and every person living in the world. And so we continue to submit the witnesses that will come before the TRRC today. And we pray, Lord, that you shall grant them the boldness to be able to speak the truth, and grant the commission the discerning spirit to discern between truth and falsehood. And we continue to ask that you give the population of this nation, the diaspora, and the international community as well the extraordinary patience to allow the due process of the proceedings and the Commission's work to take its rightful place. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much indeed, Bishop Odeko. We had announced at the end of the 23rd session, the last session,
Thank you.
and repeated the same announcement at the beginning of this 23rd session, that we would be concluding our public hearings at the end of April. We have since reviewed the work plan again, and as you saw yesterday, in the middle of a theme that we were considering, there's a focus on the justice sector institutions. We came up with a regional hearings item. That is likely to happen during the next 3 weeks or so until the end of May. After reviewing our program, we revised the calendar, and we are going to continue with these public hearings and the insertion of residuals as we go on until the end of May. And the report writing has commenced. It would continue, and also during the month of June, with the view to ending the work of the Commission in June, at the end of June, as we have been, our mandate has been extended to the 30th of June. The details of some of the views that we expressed yesterday or concerning the extent, the work program, Elite Council, if you can just explain that to the public, I would appreciate it if you give the details.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you all. We still have some bit of work to do in order to complete the mandated tasks. This list of outstanding activities really is based on an assessment of the evidence or the information that has already been collected. And we still do think that there are some gaps which need to be filled. And we have come up with a revised work plan which would require us to continue holding some public hearings in the month of May with a view to ensuring that we cover all the bases, so to speak. The first and the most significant work that we need to do is actually based on the mandate on the issue of enforced disappearances, where the mandate requires us to establish the fate and whereabouts of persons who have been disappeared. We have done extensive work in this area, but there still remains some work to be done. So the Commission would in-house, through evidentiary analysis, look at what has been done so far on this particular subject, and to establish or to determine which victims we were able to establish their fate and whereabouts, and those that are outstanding, and to also determine what is the problem with those particular cases, and what is the way forward. If the Commission finds that for the purposes of our work and the timelines that are available, this would continue to be a cold case for us, meaning that we have no possibility of making any significant headway, we would acknowledge, try to make recommendations to the government in our report as to how to deal with these issues going forward. So that is a very significant aspect of the work that we have to do. I can confidently say that for many of the enforced disappearances, we have been able to account for the victims, to establish their fate and whereabouts during the course of the Commission's investigations. And I can just give a few examples. It's been the story that the government gave with regards to, say, Dabamaraina, Manlafikor, Aliulo, and others, was that they were being taken to Janjambure, and the vehicle in which they were somersaulted, and those individuals escaped. So that was the story. And when they escaped, they've not been seen again since. And that was a clear case of disappearance because they were in the hands and custody of the government, and without any good explanation, they have not been seen since. But through the investigative work of the Commission, we have been able to establish that these people did not even run away or disappear as suggested by the government. They were executed by the junglers on the instructions of the head of state, and that they were buried in some unidentified graves somewhere in Kanilai. So when we look at the issue of enforced disappearances, these are the kinds of things we would be able to address in that particular report. And for those cases wherein, well, we have not been able to make any significant headway, for instance, the case of Kanyiba Kanyi, we should be able to explain that this is how far we have gone. This is the snag. We could not go beyond this point, and then we make recommendations for future activity. The other point we have to look at is some unlawful killings for which we had started an investigations, but we could not really carry it to conclusion. One example is Mariama Kamara, who was killed at Hamza Barracks together with her husband. We have established the fact of the killing, but we have not been able to establish who actually carried out the killing. But considering that these two individuals were in fact employees of the government in the armed forces, and they were killed in a government barracks, and the government did not take any significant steps in the investigations, would in fact seem to suggest some government interest or involvement. But we cannot leave it to assumption. We have to progress the investigation to its logical conclusion. So we will reassess this particular case to see how far we can take it, to see whether we can really reach a conclusion on this. The other issue is the attempted assassination of Honorable Justice Usman Silla. On this particular one, we were expecting some junglers to come and testify, but unfortunately, that could not happen because of certain unforeseen events that have recently taken place, making it impossible for the concerned witnesses to come and testify before the Commission. As it is, the situation could change possibly later in the coming days or weeks. So we have developed a strategy as to how to put together the relevant evidence that is available out there on the attempted assassination of Honorable Justice Usman Silla. And in that regard, what we may do is try to put together all the open source material on it, including interviews by both the victim and other perpetrators. And then we put the evidence in through the investigating officer and see what the Commission could make out of that. I think we should be able to make a compelling case of that in a public hearing. There are certain site visits that the Commission should also carry out just for the purposes of completeness of the work. We have to visit certain interesting places, possibly in Kanilai and maybe outside the jurisdiction, with a view to trying to collect more forensic evidence about the situation in those places. I see Ms. Commissioner Carr is raising something. I just do not wish to give full details of what this particular inquiry entails. And that is why I am skirting through some of the details. I'm sure you would understand the consideration behind that. Thank you very much, Mr. Carr. On the issue of the 30 December, there's been questions have been asked as to why the Commission did not make that as a theme for investigations. I mean, we have to be brutally honest to the events that happened in this country. Much as many Gambians, if I may say, most Gambians would want to believe that as at 30 December 2014, Jammeh's government was illegitimate in the sense that it was a brutally repressive government against the Gambian citizens. That is a view that many people would hold. But nonetheless, it was still the lawful government of the Gambia. So an attack on that government would still be treason under the laws of the country, which makes 30 December attack a crime under the laws of the country, even though for some people it could be seen as a legitimate attack on an illegitimate government. But that is a matter for debate. But the Commission is not necessarily so concerned about the politics of that. We should just remain focused on the law, and the law is that the attack was a crime. Our mandate is not necessarily to investigate crimes. Our mandate is to investigate human rights violations. And therefore, we cannot really put a focus on 30 December attack. Just like we did not put a focus on the Farafenni attack or on the Kartong attack. But however, the aftermath of the attack of 30 December led to a lot of rights violations committed by the government. Like, for example, family members of suspected perpetrators being arrested and detained and sometimes tortured over extended periods of time. And that is punishment by association. You punish a person simply because the person is related to someone. So this aspect of 30 December attack has been investigated. But we are also considering the violations of rights of direct perpetrators of 30 December. And we are looking into the possibility of calling a witness or two on that particular subject. This is not really to denigrate or to trivialize the significance of 30 December in the political history of Gambia. No, we're just staying true and focused to the mandate, which is to investigate human rights violations. So 30 December attack would serve as a context into our investigation of what happened to those who were suspected to have been participants or related to the suspected participants. But that aspect has extensively been dealt with. We've called a number of witnesses on that, but still we're hoping that maybe we can call one or two more witnesses on that. The Commission has also realized that its work is perhaps not felt in certain parts of the country. Some communities think that some of the rights violations that occurred there have not been dealt with in the Commission. This certainly was by no means deliberate. We were guided by mainly gravity of events and also the complaints made by the people and the thematic approach to the investigations. But in order to ensure that we have reached as far as possible in all Gambian communities, we have decided to hold more hearings about rights violations that happened or may have happened in all other regions of the country wherein we have not had significant witnesses. And that is why yesterday we had victims from Jambanjeli. So hopefully in the coming weeks we would hear victims from other places like LRR, CRR, or URR. Then there is this important allegation that has happened in this commission. And I use my words advisedly. It's allegation, simply because we've had only 1 or 2 witnesses or anecdotal evidence on this subject. This is the issue of missing babies or babies being sacrificed. The members, the audience may recall, or the commission may recall, the testimony of Silaba Samate, wherein he talked about on 3 separate instances where babies were brought to the NIA, and he believed they were being taken to Kanilai for sacrifice. The commission has also had evidence in private suggesting that babies were also sacrificed by the former president, Yahya Jammeh. So we have these 2 pieces of evidence on this subject matter. And the commission values the importance of addressing violations against children, and that is why we had a Gender and Children's Committee which would look into gender-based violence and also violence against children. So the commission deems it important that this aspect, these allegations, be looked into with a view to seeing whether there is anything really to substantiate or to support it. So in that regard, the commission has devised a plan to look into this, and that may at some stage perhaps possibly crystallize into public hearings wherein we would receive evidence on this matter. But it's all a matter for investigations at this stage. It had partly been investigated, but it would require more investigations to move it from the realm of an accusation to at least maybe some prima facie case that these things did occur. So we would look into that. We had at the beginning of the year indicated that we hope to have sexual and gender-based violence hearings part 2, but the investigations has not really yielded sufficient evidence to warrant a second bite at the cherry. But there are certain residuals that the commission would want to look into. So we hoping to call at least 2 more witnesses on this. These 2 witnesses had been earmarked a long time ago, and their statements had been taken. But we were hoping that we would receive more, which would warrant an SGBV part 2. But as it is, we would have these 2 witnesses at least. And there are some significant residuals. There are some important witnesses who we still need to hear to give us a better understanding of what was happening and to better give us a better understanding of who President Jammeh was and some of the things that he did. So for that, we have earmarked 2 important witnesses who we will call sometime this month to tell us more about these things. And of great significance also would be on the Langton Bongtamba case. Why that case? What actually happened? And who did what? We know who was charged with what. We know who are the witnesses, but we need to know the antecedents. We need to know the motives. We need to know the context, the underlying reasons behind that case. That would, I mean, it would set the record straight, at least for the purposes of history, actually what happened in this country with regards to that. And finally, the last issue, the Commission is considering getting a women's perspective about the violations that happened in this country. We've done the SGBV, and I think we have had very important hearings on that. There is also an important report that was produced, I think is by ICTJ, on the experiences of women during the 22 years of Jammeh. Certainly not all of that would be relevant for the work of the TRRC, but a good chunk of it is significant and is directly on the issues and really support the body of evidence that has been put together by the Commission. So to further validate that and to better enrich the material that's been collected, the Commission is considering calling at least representatives of women who would talk about the experiences of women generally on the issues that concern the Commission for the mandated period. So these are the issues that we hope to deal with during the month of May, and hopefully this would ensure greater completeness of the work of the TRRC and would further enrich the body of evidence that's already been collected. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, indeed, Council, for those details on regarding the supplementary items we are taking up now until the end of May. We will endeavor to complete these items as much as we can, and we would then continue working on the final report of the Commission and close business on the 30th of June, and hopefully present the report to the President a few days thereafter. But thank you again for those details. Council, if you're ready with this morning's witness, you may please proceed now.
Mr. Chair, my colleague Sagar Jahate would lead the witness. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, commissioners and members of the audience. We are ready to proceed, Mr. Osher. My apologies. The witness is by video conference, so the usher has nothing to do with it. I will refer it to the technical people. Thank you very much. Can we have the witness on the screen, please?
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Conte, can you hear us?
Yes, hello, yes, I can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We thank you very much for agreeing to testify before the TRRC.
Thank you for the invitation.
Are we having the Mandinka interpretation?
Yes, we are here.
Can we start?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Can you interpret what I have just said, or would you like me to repeat it?
Okay, repeat it. Let's go.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Conte, and thank you very much for appearing before the TRRC this morning.
Akoy sama Mr. Conte inumbara bake isonta ka finti TRRC nyati lunga nyin sumanda.
thank you, TRC, and thank you to everyone who is involved in this process, and thank you for the invitation. I'm honored to be here today.
Sedo fanang ay TRRC numbara ay council numbara ay mobe numbara fanang akase wota pour ka finti TRRC nyatelum la nyin somanda.
I understand it's about 4 a.m. over there, so we are really grateful that you're up this early to testify.
Council ko ngalon ko je talannani wato suba albewleto bari nyin ketanyen se wote isonta pour ka CDRO ke.
Yeah, this poem here, but I'm so grateful. I mean, to be here at least to give TRC my view about the regarding the subject matter of your investigation and proceedings.
Akata sewoti je tonya talanna ni suba ifana lebe oleto de bari midu nyinkata fana sewoleti pour ka funti TRRC nyatilungula kumo membada pour ata finansio itandi ka banke ka fomoli nyanta dia mu menkela.
Before we go any further, I would like for you to take the affirmation. Because you are not physically here with us, we are not able to swear you, unfortunately, but we are required to affirm you.
Abjanimbe luna kul kuna belafila nyinna pour abekole ko kaliole mdorong ibe menkela wairi mantara jam fonto dame be kurano dune bulu ye kali barbitun hanimbi ka bambandi ko ibina membe fala bebe kala to nyalti wala na laftawla.
Can you kindly repeat? Can you kindly repeat after me?
Bidon nate mem fo ite be seyla wala kan.
I affirm that
I affirm that I, Samsidin Conte, affirm that
I will speak the truth,
I will speak the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. As you know, my name is Sagar. We have already been introduced. I will be guiding you today in your testimony.
Ako yalo nyamen ato musagar leti komando albendanu ayafa itandi lalari yalo ne.
You can hear the interpretation in the background from Mandinka to English and vice versa. We also have various other interpretations into the local languages. So please take very short statements.
Akabe la mani en lenyin nako kanna soro nyi ba mola la duma la ni nyini ngaro kera bar hanin kabi fanan kango dol fanan be kanna soro kanne siyo kono jang.
Okay. All right.
To also avoid overlap in our speeches, kindly listen to my questions first before you respond.
Nung hanin kabi abeda ni la fanan ning ay nyini ngaro ke isi wati dandam bula folo janni be jabiro gale saje alla kuma kawol nying ite selala nyokang.
Okay.
I understand you're also quite soft-spoken, so we would appreciate if you would project your voice so that we can hear you more clearly.
Nunga imfana mfaham la kwela dia monying akamang saribake bari isi kang sikan domanding purung ngela dia monying moy.
Yeah, and I will do my best.
We will appreciate that. Just to give you a brief overview of what we'll be discussing this morning.
It's
going to be on a very discrete issue on judicial interference.
We
would like you to give us your experience whilst you were acting as a magistrate in the judiciary. I hope everything is understood and you're ready to begin.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, kindly give us your biographical information, including your name, your date of birth, and your occupation.
Yes, my name is Samsidin Conte.
Ntomu Samsidin Conte.
I was born in Faraba Bantam Village, Combo East District, West Coast region.
Mbuluta faraba bantale bitum birkama tundolem jeti.
When were you born?
My date of birth is August 17, 1982.
Mbuluta August tiltan ni wurawulo 1983.
82, I believe he said.
82.
And where do you currently reside? Mr. Conte, where do you currently reside?
Mr. Conte, bela iko sainte ibe sabatri mintole.
Mr. Conte, can you hear us?
I've lost you for a moment. I don't know how.
All right, but can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Great.
Sainte yako ibe sabatri mintole.
Kindly tell us where you reside now.
I'm at Kent, Washington State.
Mbe Kent, Washington, Tundo Kang.
In which country, please?
Banku Juma.
USA, United States of America.
United States of America, Banko Kang.
And that's obviously why you can't join us today here at the TRRC in the Gambia.
Amunda bitang ben bitilo mendotang inimbe nyomo ka wolto ibe sabatri ndamendo.
Yes,
kindly give us a brief history of your education.
Kumala sutun kamarong ila londo nyin karango nyi ya damur dameda ning faya kumfa damendo tari ko nyin sata nyeba.
I attended Farabantan Primary School.
Nga follow Farababanta Primary Karambungol to.
From 1988 to 1994.
Kabo 1988 kata 1994.
Then from 94 to 97, I attended Nusrat Junior Secondary School.
Between Birimbata to 1988 for 1994, mbe Nusrat Karambungole ton.
I joined Nusrat Junior 94 to 1997.
Nga follow 94 Nusrat Karambungo for 1997.
Then 1997 to year 2000 and Nusrat Senior Secondary School.
Ndata Nusrat la Karambumbato kabo 1997 kata 2000 Sangokang.
Then after 2001, I joined did Gambia College. I was Gambia College from 2001 to 2004.
Ndata Gambia College kadamuda 2001 kata 2004 Sangokang.
Can you kindly tell us what course you were pursuing at the Gambia College at the time?
Gambia College waro menabe londi karangola je. Ibi mfanna jumale karang kanje.
It was high teachers certificate.
Nga ITC le karanje nga HTC le karanje higher teacher certificate wala mkaramundo moro la makamo le mote.
Please proceed.
Then
year 2008, I joined the University of the Gambia Faculty of Law.
Between 2008 ngata Gambia la University oto ila fanna menka lua karangoke ndunta oto.
After you finished your HTC course at the Gambia College, did you pursue any teaching after that?
Briela HTC karango bang college o nyinto fo inata na dum karandum to moriala la bang.
Yes, I taught for some time, but it was I had some other issues, so because I was not just into that. So I taught for some time. Then I decided that I should just quit and join university.
Ha nga karandiro kele wati sutunga mawo mebake bitum bari bitu wiring hammo mankenu woti nga karandiro kele ron domandi nata boto tumole nata dum university onyinto.
Please proceed.
Yeah, so at university I did my 4-year LLB program.
University oto nga sanjinani karango kije memu LLB makamoti.
Can you tell us what the LLB program is? What kind of degree is it?
Fa isa fono nying LLD program wo nying mu degree si falam.
Is the bachelor's in law.
Ka fole bachelor's loi karangola karola.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Inumbara tenten.
So I completed the program 2012.
No program oba mekaro no program oba mekaro kono 2012.
Then I had an opportunity to join the judiciary after that as a first-class magistrate.
Alay bunda ele nyawtu mole nata dun na kito tamandi bunda la na kiti bunda nyina kadunje kake magistrate.
Then I worked for briefly, then we joined the bar program at the Gambia Law School to do the bar vocational course.
Nga karang nga odo ko ke wati strong bitu nata muru kana londo lafa ba program wala wo fanamu lua do ku bunda la karang leti intentenda o karang fananna.
And how long did you work as a magistrate before you went to pursue your bar?
Janni bela nyim ba kala itarta kitindiro ke nyala fo wati jelu kake kitindir ladi.
It was, I believe, about 2 to 3 months because I was appointed June, July, August, September. I believe September, October, we started the bar program.
Na mera kari sabalonde kadu June lem ngada muta July kata August karo kang bitungo tambiru lemu nata na nyimba programo damuta.
And how long did the bar program last?
Nyimba program nying ayeta wati jellala.
It was for a 1-year program from September to June. I think that's when we did the exam.
Wo amunta sanji kililong kabo September karo kono lenga dati kata June kang.
Did you do it here in the Gambia and where?
Yela nyimba program yake Gambia jan anu minto le fanamu.
Yes, I did the bar in Gambia at the Gambia Law School. It was situated.
Ha nga karang ke Gambia la University of Tojang nga na ba Gambia la lua karambungoto.
It was situated at it was opposite the former parliament building.
Amonta utumo aninna deputy bumba follow le betilindi nu nyola karang nyim nga kedamin.
That is on the Independence Drive in Banjul.
Independence Drive bedo nyim Banjul sata kono.
Yes.
Jelem.
Okay, thank you very much. And after you finished your bar, were you successful, and what did you do after that?
Biri yela nyim ba programu karang nyim bang fo inata na ganyele bang andu inata na muneke kotenke.
Yes, I passed the bar.
Ha nga banyi nga ganyele.
I understand you did very well as well. My apologies for interrupting you. I understand you did very well during your law degree.
Nganyim faham le ko ya kata bakel nu ila degree program nying wato mene ba karango kan ya kata bakel.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Fo isi ko ndim fo no nyawoto ba.
Well, I believe, I tried. I tried because I graduated for the University of the Gambia as the best graduated law student 2012-2013.
Nga kata bakele katu nga karang ketumo men na hanfo nga londi kondi boke. Bitun tel nga beba kama takela tumo men nan tata talibo le kono men yalon ko tellem talibe nyaton koluti men ye gagné basoton o loi karang la karola wo bundala.
If you don't mind me saying so, I believe you did better than try.
Ini ngameren safo no ya kata bakel wala fizara ka foko nga katale.
I believe I tried.
Ngamera de latala ko nga katale.
Thank you for your modesty, but you should be very proud of yourself. So what did you do after you finished your law school?
Yemune ke biriye lua karango nyimbang memu bala karolati.
Then I went back to work.
Muruta do kuala.
And where did you go back to work?
Itara do kola mintole.
I was posted to CRR North.
Yen samba janjambure tundo le kan CRR la Kabu Karola, CRR North.
Mr. Conte, can we just go a little bit back? Because you have already told us that you served as a magistrate even before you went to do your bar. Kindly tell us where you served when you started as a magistrate up to the point where you actually were posted after your law school.
Mr. Conte ngamurun ko madomanding afanyam bang ko mando ya afanyano biri yela university program onyi bang yesa veroke kiti obunda nyinde nyatne tombon ke kiti telati biri ye kiti telati yesa mbado ko la mintole nung anu janni kabri yela ba fana nyimba yembu samba minto janni be ufudala woto.
First, after my appointment, I was attached. I did my induction at the Banjul Magistrate Court.
Bitung birina ko lu pareta karangola karola nga ko follow Banjul Magistrate kiti bundala.
Under, I believe, the principal was Alagbe.
Nga mera otumo memu kundon koti je ka fayne Alagbe.
What was his first name and where was he from?
Ato follow dung anu abora mintole.
I believe his first name is Tyrone, something like that.
Na mera to follow aseke for Tyrone tibam misila wala.
And I believe he's from Nigeria.
Lata la kabota Nigeria le fanang.
Do you know if he was recruited locally or on technical assistance?
Ya ala ndam fo ala sababu ka nati do gola jam fo ya kurukuru gambia jande bang fo ya bonina manele ya nati jam pura ina de marola.
I believe, he was recruited locally.
Lata la ko ya tab do kola banko kan jam fangoleto.
And how long did you spend at the Banjul Magistrates Court?
Andu itarta kiti oteyo la Banjul kiti bundato fo wati jelu.
It was for a month.
Nakarnan lekije.
How long did your training last?
Len karandiro nyake karande puriye ke kiti telati ay wati jelelta.
It was for a month. The induction was for a month.
Abo datiro adamu to katlung woto karina ni ngawle kewoto.
Did you sit on any cases?
A month.
Karkilin nakije.
Did you sit on any cases on your own during that period at Banjul Magistrate Court, or the entire period was spent training under Magistrate Taiwo Alagbe?
Four. Ilo karang wato nyinkono. Wati nana soro ndala ite fango ye fansu ndiamota ya kiti ya. Fo yelo karang beke Alagbe le kotoba be karandi kan kasilo iltandila kiti kata nyame.
Usually I believe, and I was attached to him, and so if he's in court, I will sit next to him.
Wairi yentela do ko nakindi atele bala nate be kito la be kiti bunkono ndeka si atele dala.
So you were not sitting on cases independently?
Amunta inanam ibukasi ifaye ka kiti ota ifangwe ifansunta ifansun kiti oke ifangwe.
Yeah, no, at that time I didn't sit on cases. I was with him.
Hani wotembo mamfansun kito luta between wairi mbatele bala nkasi atele bala.
And after you finished your period at Banjul, what happened thereafter?
Biriela karong nyimbam Banjul inata muna inata ke kotanke.
Then I was posted to Bundung Magistrate Court.
Biriwo pare la tele muinata nsamba Bundung Magistrate Court ya nsamba wotoleto do kuala.
And how long were you in Bundung?
Izarta Bundung kiti bundato fawati jelu.
I believe it was about a month or so, then I was moved to Canifing.
Nga mera asike ko nga karole kije biringo botala lo minata nsamba koteke Canifing.
Were you sitting on your own at Bundung, or were you still on the training?
Wato mena yesamba Bundung kiti bundato. Fo hani kabi kasi ifa yena beka kiti yolta ifa yebang fo hani kabi be mola koto.
Yes, I did. I sat on few cases.
Ha mbadu nga kito lu dolu tale mfangwe wato membije.
And who was the principal magistrate at the time at Bundung?
Bundung je kiti bundaro jumala munum principal o de je memu nyaton ko de kiti ndal bela nyaton ko de o wato la je.
At that time, I can't remember clearly who was.
Wotembong hakilo mamutano dal jumala mu nyaton koti je utumo.
That's all right. Then after a month, you were moved again to Kanifing Magistrates Court.
Bereata amunta kabriye karikili nyon ke bundunje inari ne saundi ke samba Kanifing kiti bundaro fana.
Yes.
Ah.
And how long did that last?
Weta for what jelu?
It was about a month too. Then we went to law school to do the bar.
Ngamera ofanan karkilin wuce o ngawla kije bitum biro batala lom natamta muru katanna ba karangoke.
And during this time, do you know why you were frequently posted? Why the frequency in the different postings you had from Banjul to Bundung and then to Kanifing in a very short period of time?
Andung fokabula o wato nyinkono. Ite alonda ba wa dalilo me asabu ke soundin samdi yesamba folo Banjul yebondi Banjul yesamba Bundu yebondi Bundu yesamba Kanifing o wati surundi wonyin kono yalonda dalilo me osabu ba.
I believe because I was appointed by when I applied. I was appointed by that time. The Chief Justice was Justice Ajim.
Ngalo wotumo wairi yenteta kutakele memu Chief Justice wotumo ikafole Justice Ajim wotumo wale mu Chief Justice memata kitola.
So Ajim, I met Ajim taught us at the University of the Gambia land law.
Ajim yen karandile Gambia la University oto menketa banko fanan Kenya la luati. Banco Keno Lua.
So I'm not sure if I'm smart, but maybe he believes I'm smart because I believe I did very well in his courses.
Bitum malon fo ntefango kunta fola ko nyamentale bar bitum atefe nyamentale wala na bitum ayo kulu ke proka wo karango ke aninka o makamulu ta bitum wo dalilo le be sabu la ngambira atayajel ko nyamentale do ko nyindo.
So maybe he saw something in me, and that's why he wanted me to go through those courses.
Ngambira kule jente to wotumo bitum wo dalilo le ya sabu ate lafta prunte ngadung wo kran silolula nga wo silo ta nyanta tala nyamin pour katenten do ko nyin kono.
In your view, Mr. Conte, the frequency of your transfers, did it have any adverse effects on the dispensation of justice?
Itela mira lodo nyin soundin o me alon ko e bulari nyono ma ila karola fa ila mira lodo pour ka tonya sabatindi molla kitiol kono ba yamra e ko le al sabu imajela ba.
If I can just elaborate some more, I'm sure in those different courts you went to, because of the time limits, you were not able to perhaps start and finish any particular case before you were transferred.
Ninga transahan ka binsa akono fanu ninye han domandi wala nyinti ko nyinkiti ol sabunda sabol be sambala dinkirato esikiti o doltaje ite kumvala folo ye saundi kiti bunda do yo fanan damuta ite o kumvala be o sifalla.
Yes, it did, because some of the files I remember when I was going through some of the files before some witnesses finish their testimony, you have to be moved to another court and keep moving. So it definitely affected even the speed and the process.
Aye kitolu dolu male katu hani failo lu nyilu fonglu men ya lonko e kadum bulo kono ninge jibe nga kolu menu dati nin tata domandi ndrong isaje wo sawndirolu no keta wo o katarle wo mambang nsita karadola yo wode wo muto nyalti ay kolu nasindle domandi do ko nyin na karola
anu sedol fanan kidol beje ni la sedandiro damuta hani buka bandron ite sawundi.
In fact, that is what I was going to come to. I believe that, or perhaps I should throw the question to you, do you believe that the different transfers or the frequency at which magistrates were transferred at the time affected the speed of cases, or did it contribute to the delays in cases?
Anung han kabin lafta nala no nyini karole fa itala miral re ya miral ko magistrate wol ni wala nyin kitin telalti ila wati sutun sound don ke bondin kidi bunda do ye samba kidi bunda do itala miral ya mira wo ke diamol ni molla diamol men ike muda akela bango nyi aka tariandi le bang fo aka mendi le bang.
Oh yes, definitely it did affect the process. And the process is delayed some because
ha to nyala ay kitolu jamal le nasindi ke sumayandi katunie kuma ya pakidrome ma bang lota bo akako mendile.
Yeah, for me, if I start a case, I would definitely want to try to finish it within a very reasonable period of time, but they keep moving, and that definitely affected this and the speed of the process.
Nta mu multi alon ko nga kiti men damuta nkala file nga atamandi wati kanyandi nkono nga bang anyanta kala nyamin bari bitu nyi soundiro wonata sabule hanfo wo kitolu meni alon ko nke paki ikanasi kamme wala kadukundiro sabu wo kitol la karola.
So from Kanifing Court, that's when you went to the Gambia Law School, and subsequently when you finished that you were posted to CRR.
Munta kabo Kanifing Court biribota Kanifing kiti bundaro wato la mitate la londi makamo nyinka kumva wala mitate la luwa karango nyina Gambia Law School diriyo banda minata na murundi do kola ko memu kiti ndirla hanka be yesa onde janjambure tundo kan.
Yes, Councillor.
Ha kita wanyala.
And in which particular district in CRR were you posted?
CRR memu janjambure tundo kan yesa mba sefu tundu jumala kan.
It was CRR North, Jachan, Janjambure, and Kuntao.
Amunta CRR North, wala CRR Kabu Karola, nga follow Janjambure, Kaboto, nga tentendule wala nyama, hanfo nata futa Kuntao.
You were a traveling magistrate.
Amunta ete mu kiti tela me yalon ko eka murumurunne, eka tamale.
Yes.
Ntemu kiti ndirla menka tani na.
Can you tell us how your role as a traveling magistrate was? I mean, how would you conduct your cases, or how would you preside over cases in all these different regions you were posted to?
First of all, commission hani kabri yeke nyi kiti tela me alon ko ikatamale kata dingirani kabu dingira kata fu dingira. First of all, commission ay ikela do kol nyi landi nyaadi landu ka do kol nyi ikela siyo nyi ke mintole.
So I mean, I used to allocate some days to a specific location, for instance, in Janjambure.
Nka kitolu sotole dinkiral to komisali kama nin kumem be damento nka ke to komisali kama nin Janjambure mu nsake Janjambure.
So for instance, on Monday I will sit in Janjambure.
Komisali kama tenango nsisi Janjambure.
Then Tuesday to Kuntao.
Talata lungu misali kama isaje nsita Kuntaur.
And Wednesday probably at Kaur.
Isaje ning arabo mu jama isaje nsita Kaur.
But I mean later on some of those cases dropped because I was trying to be very fast with some of the work that we was doing.
Bitum bring ko tata fanyo ta wo kitolu na tatala katunte nga katale purka jeko kitolu ninga memmadro nga tamandi tariya kono me yalon ko satara ate mela ate dukundila anyama wala na ntenga na kulu tamandi onya.
Can you tell us what necessitated the need for a traveling magistrate in those regions?
First of all, hani kabi mune jare tala puruka kiti tela samba o dingiraro puruka tama o dingiralo bere ka bo dingiraro kada bo dingiraro.
I believe that every citizen in that country should have access to justice, and not just justice but the quality also is also important. So.
lata la ko mobe dawoda nin kuketa inyanta tilingu nin tonya soton na leje wo dalilo le ya sabu ngalo wala nyin tanin na sabu andu kiti wakita kumayata le ngake anyama hanfo ko anyanta tela tamala nyamin ayke wonya.
So there was no permanent magistrate in any of these regions, and that is why you had to travel from place to place. Is that correct?
Amunta kiti tela te nyin dingira do me yalon ko abe sabatiri njele. So wala ya sabu yete sambaje puri kari tama kabu dingira do kara dingira do.
Yes, ma'am.
Ha.
And was that as a result of scarcity of magistrates to do this, to be posted there permanently?
Fo dalilo membe o koma wala mnyindi ko magistrate wala mkiti tela nyingi dasatal no wala ya sabu nyimman soro no bam pour que sambaje wala taraje wato bela.
Yes.
Ha wala mtonyati.
And do you believe that as a traveling magistrate you were able to do justice to all of those cases in all of those regions, or did you face some challenges?
Fo ila nyina la ko kake kiti tela do me yalon ko e ka tamale ka bo dingira do kara dingira do e ka tilu to nyani tilu sabati no nyin molyen no bang fo ka kole ko dol sore.
I mean, yes, I definitely had some issues, and that was one of the reasons I believe I was transferred from Janjambure to Farafene and SM.
Tonya kodolu ka kole yale nka kole ya kulu dolu takile lata la fangol nata ke dalilo ti me ya sabu ina tambondi Janjambure kan saundi kan samba Farafene
an SEO
aning SEO.
And what are some of these issues?
Muna ka ke nyin ko dolti nyin kole ya ko dolti.
I mean, I had an encounter with the governor at that time. So he was
Utumo governo wole kumandango ti memmarata o dinkirato kutamatale na tema.
Sorry, Mr. Conte, I wasn't able to hear you very clearly. Can you repeat what you said?
Murungam baye memfo ba mamoy.
I mean, I had an issue with the governor at that time.
Amunta ko ye mun governo mun fen governo mun governo façon.
What was
Amunta kule soto dala nin governo nyin tema kule duntani governo tema.
Can you tell us what issue you had with the governor and who was he?
Afanya baye nin governor nyi memo kumanda nyi ina e mun kule soto anu atara mu jumati no.
And so the governor at that time was, I believe, was Mr. Ganye Toure.
Governor membije wole kumanda nyin wotumo ikafa ne Ganye Toure.
So when we went there, because we were directed to where I was posted,
And
we were directed to go and meet the governor. As usual, maybe that was the protocol.
Mio adumbri yen abdo ko saundi je ye nyina fonyen kon sitanga futa governor ma naye nyatili nyola kakulu bo nyoto katu wolem sartoli nyil tamandi nyati.
So we had some issues like our accommodation. I mean, there was no place for a man.
Ko kolea mum men foloti wolem nyinti ko jiya dula ko walafta kalam bulu kolea ko ti pour nyanta jiya la dinkira mento mbe tarla damen.
So we had to I was let me speak for myself. I was directed to go and see him because he was the governor. He knew the place, so he could help. Because the judiciary, I mean, I don't think that's even proper.
Yo bitumbiri wo keta yen sambaje inata nyine fanya ngafuta atema atelom governor ti atele ijelong pour atasi mako rodin tella nyanta jiya la damento mbetar la damento pour ase mako pour ka odinkira nyini nyanta sila damento.
I was going to ask whether that was the role of the governor or the judiciary. I mean, who should have provided you with the proper resources to do your work as a magistrate, considering the fact that, you were traveling from one place to another.
Lafte nyini ngala wala no fa itela mira lo no fang wamu kumanda nyini na do ko wolti bam puru ka dinkira nyini etebe sabat la dame ngamera fo kiti bunda nyi mumem marling do kiti rukunya la wolle la do ko muwoti puru ite la do ko ke du keno anyama tumala men na ite mu kiti tela de me yalon ko e katamal ka bo dinkira de ka bo kata dinkira.
Exactly, and I didn't have to pay the price. At some point, the place I was I was not allowed to stay there, and I had to go around by myself looking for a place to live. It was just.
Ha umuto nyalti katu mbenun damento inata afule puru manyan natarla woto bitungo tumole nte fangole kumo wulita mbe muru na be pur katara dula nyini mfango nyanta tarla dameng wo de wo mfango yo kele pur kadinkira nyini mfaye.
Considering the nature of your job, wasn't that a bit risky?
Ite yeni ya jube ila do ko nyin alhalo be lare nyame fo ite ya imamira wo fana manke kudi melon ko jawi atalaba.
It was, because I had to look for a place that was not even safe for me. But, you know, maybe something I'm just stubborn. But I just wanted to serve the people, and as long as my conscience is clear and I don't fear anything.
Ha umuto nyalti wode akole atalde barbitu wairi nte lafta do ko kala na moli ka do ko ken na bankoe woda lilo le yasabu mfana wakil tanga usilota katu nte mo molti me alonko hakilo kono abesenari nen sondo mo besenari na miraro fana besenari wala nyama wala na wakil tanga okulu tamandi onya.
And even though you wanted to serve your country and the people, as you say, the conditions of service were not very good.
Hani kabi wonya nyarande nyama ibe wato yangani ya kendo nyi sirre pour ka do ko ke la moli memu la banku dingolti but hani kabi wonya kino nyama fana bari al halo nyimbe lari nyame no inyana do ko ke la nyamen amanke kudi me yalongo ajanguda o nyama.
He was terrible.
Akoleatal nunde.
Did that attract people to the post? Is that one of the reasons perhaps why there was a scarcity of magistrates at the time?
Ima mira wala ko nyin al halo be lari nu nyame nu ya ino mira wala fana ya sabu fana go kiti telal muka soto nonu dango do yata nu do ko nyinto.
Yeah, absolutely, because what I've experienced, I was at some point I wanted to quit, but you just have to, sometimes you just have to stay.
Ha abe onyare de katu konyin kole atale watu fona ata soto watu me yalon konti tata han fom pare tan dahala yo barbitu ne ajube dal wakil tanko mbatunga akatanga ajube mfaye drong wala entuje.
You've said that no proper arrangements were made for your accommodation. What about vehicles? Did you have a vehicle that was taking you from place to place?
Ya fo jango man ko landi nunga nyama nyana landi la nyama pour ila sabati dinkira anila ku kotango dol sila nung tamaro nu yodi la moto.
Yes, I had a vehicle, but later on my vehicle, when I moved to Farfanya, that was when the vehicle broke down again, and I had similar encounter with the judiciary, and because it wasn't fixed. I had to use my own resources, my own money to fix the vehicle.
Ha abe onyale nga moto soto le nung bare birinna ta sawun kata fara fenye moto nyin nata ello soto wotumole so nga ko nyin nin kiti bunda nyin nata tilinyo la wo kama yo bare bitum birin akonyi manna bonyoto wato nata soto ngam fansun kodo leta katama kata nyin do ko la nyin dinkiral to nyanta tal damenuto.
And this was the official vehicle that was allocated to you by the judiciary?
Amunda nyimu moto de me yalon ko kitio bunda nyin ila nyaton ko nyin wolle o moto nyin taya dira pour yake la do courante.
Yes.
Ha.
And during the time that the vehicle was had a breakdown, were you able to actually do your work, or how were you able to get to the different places you needed to be?
Wato mena nyimuto nyim tata fati nyata ikela do ko nyikeno nyadi le ko tumala mena ito kiti tela de me alon ko ikatamal ka budingira kata dingira.
Yeah, so when I had the issue with the governor, because first there was a particular case.
Ha birinin wo ko nata soto kuda ta dun nin governor tema katu kiti dole nata soto kito me yalonko.
It was about giving false information to the president.
Wo kito tilinta mena wala mnyinti ka kuma soto balo ka kibar soto balo di president wala.
Do you recall the name of the case?
Yes, nyingo kiti nying ato yalo neba.
No, I can't remember the cover name of the case.
Aning hakilote wo mutanola nyin tembeng.
That's fine. Can you just perhaps give us a brief summary of the facts so that we understand the context?
Abere ni ma hakilo ma di case ni ma tolong sain case ni tara nyame afanyam bro.
The accused person was accused of giving false information to the office of the president.
Yemen tumi moni ya tumi nyina la kwa ay kibar soto balole di president la office auto.
I believe he wrote a letter to the former president, Yahya Jammeh, about the governor.
Ngalong amari letero le safe letero me ya lon ko governor la kulu Kenya ayole safe je kaw letero ki president oye.
Was it the same governor that you mentioned before?
O commandant killing wala mbaye men to fonu command.
Yes.
Ha wala mate commandant killing ulom.
Kindly repeat his name for us.
To murun kambang ya fo bang.
Gani Toure.
Atomu Gani Toureleti.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Inumbara tenten.
I mean, so he was being prosecuted because I found the case file there.
Namlo ibate fongo kiti ndikane katundenga ukito la file fongo tarajele.
So, I mean, when I went through the file.
Bilimfuta taje nga file nyin soto tumome na nga kono jibe ka kolu karang.
I mean, then I thought to myself, because the office of the president is in Banjul.
So nga ko nyin jube nga miram faye nga woto president la office obe fo Banjul le.
So I thought, I mean, with respect to the territory, I think the proper jurisdiction would be Banjul.
Bitun kumembe lari ngonya wairi president la office obe Banjul le woto nga nyin mutako kito nyin na ladula tilindi ngo wonyanta kala Banjulu sate wole konoti.
So I thought maybe it was ideal to transfer the case to Banjul because
bitun wala nante fana nata nyi miro soto puru woto nyin kito mbatu nga sawndi ay ta Banjulu yeta ko nyin kiti woto.
Was the accused person resident in CRR at the time?
Fo tumi morning fo am molti melan ko abe sabatri in CRR tundole kamba.
Yes, I believe. I mean, he was from CRR.
Allah taala mari benun CRR le.
Okay, kindly proceed.
Tenten.
So the governor didn't like that.
Bitumbringa oke onya kakito saundi wo manna dia kumanda unyi yede amandi ya governor ifreng.
Immediately I did that. Usually because we used to go to his residence, so I was called.
Bringa oke onya durong otumo lem inatante kumandi puru nyin kamala ngatandang kung atela.
But he wasn't speaking directly about the issue, but I could sense that he wasn't happy.
Ala kumakangolu kono. Amunta kumo samba nyamin amang kumo nyim fo atola baribitung kumo nyin tanya ya itandiko abe nyin kukari lela kumo lufokang.
And then after that, there was one case.
Biriwa botala kiti do nata soto.
Somebody, it was a civil, I believe it was a civil case.
You believe it was?
Civil case.
Wale moni mote makito.
Before we move on to the next case, kindly tell us why you felt that Governor Toure was not happy with the decision that you made.
Janni betende no kiti fulanya nyinde la flamena kumo fulada afu bayalo ne dalilo me asabu birite o kan nyinta pour ka o case nyinta gidia mo nyinta ka saundi na Banjul yalo dalilo me asabu kumanda onyin amanse o kan nyinka yementa.
Yeah, if the case was in Banjul, I think because I felt something was not wrong because the accused person even came to his residence, and I saw it was an awkward moment.
na mera konyin tata nyamin dal alafta keja yale kato hani yemen tu mi fango anatale fo ate fango la bungoto yo bitun kolu nata la nyamin dal aketa ku kolengol tidal.
Probably he was just using his powers to intimidate.
Mosafo no fang abala sembole tamandi kam pour ka nyim Mario Silandi.
Sorry, who was using his powers to intimidate who?
Jomala be munafanka wala sembola no puruka nyuma silandi.
The governor to intimidate the accused person was the
Amunta governor lebe tumi monyi silandi kan ala sembola.
And do you know whether or not he was also interfering in that particular case?
Yala ne bam fanam fo imalo bam fo ate governor nyi mema ate commando nyi fo aba dabula kan o kiti nyi fanan kono le ba.
You know, interestingly, I've learned that, because I mean, they used to influence certain magistrates who were around the area.
Nata men korosi je. Wala mnyindi ko nkafo men naten kadabula kitol to kitirla dolu menu fanawlu men ya lonko e tambitani njela. Nyin nata nyinje ko aka ala kango dundi wolu konole. Aka hammo dundi wolu kono purate lafta kuola nyamin ayetama wonya.
Could that have been one of the reasons why the case was moved closer to home so that the governor could have direct access to the magistrate?
O ila miraro wala manke ko nyinde dalilo me asabu ye kidio nyinta ya saundi ka sutiandi sula isaje suo kono isaje governor memu kumando nyinde isaje asisilo soro no nyinka kango soro nyin kidio kono.
Yes, because I believe I've heard it. I mean, they felt a couple of magistrates and tell them, like, you do this, tell them to do this, and then you do it or you face the consequences. So I've heard him say that, like, micromanage some magistrates.
Amunta keta wale nyama katu mbata nyinkala mangamo kitindirla ludolo aka kangole diwo la kafo enko iba kela tenne ibe nyin kukari kela tenne ni wonte ni ma woke ibe nya tilin na kole ya kol le men ya lonko ibe takila amunta dala tangani yo munyine puru ate yo magistrate la ko tamandi nyama ate lafta kolu ye kenyamin pour ka wolu dundi woto.
And who did you hear that from?
Yo mo jumala la karola.
He himself. Because we used to visit him at this place, which was later on probably I did that.
Amunta te fangolom kadu wati soto ndankatale ala dinkirato wairi nkataje nkataraje bitu mferete je ko kundi ntamata je fo ay lankena man ngalonga ko nyin tamata nyamin wairi nkatala dinkirato le.
You heard it directly from the horse's mouth.
Amunda yamo ya tafamole da kono.
Yes, yeah.
Ngama ya fangal.
And was he able to do, my apologies, was he able to do the same thing with you?
Fo oku kilingo nyama fana wala kete fana naba.
Yes, and he even went up to the office of the Chief Justice and reported me there.
Ayoleke anduga manda woto ate tatale hanfo Chief Justice fangala office oto katante kalamije.
My question was he able, sorry Mr. Conte, let's just give a few seconds between my questions so that we don't overlap.
So demanding isaje na diamol nyinkana selo nyoka.
I was asking whether he was able to interfere with your functions as a magistrate at the time.
Nkame nyininga ole nyindiko fo ay silo soro la bampurka dabula no ila kidio nyinkono waro mene munu kidi telati.
Or perhaps I should say whether he succeeded at doing that.
Waranto nsafo no nyinyala kafo ko fondu nganyeta le bampurka ka oke ka dadung itela kidio tamandiri nyato.
He tried, but he could not.
Aya katale de bara amante kalanno amam malankunno.
So you were quite different from the previous magistrates that he was able to manipulate.
Amunda de kidi tela de me yalon ko ifatata la ini do nyol men yalon ko wollelo benunje jannita binaje.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Tenteng.
Yeah, because at some point I was so angry.
Katu wati na ata soto nkamfata le numbake.
In fact, I even wrote a letter to him.
Han fo nga letero fango safe kaki ate fango ye.
That if he continues to interfere in my work,
Ning a continue ta kadabula ntela do kuoto.
I was going to arrest him.
Mbita la lenga muta.
And how did that go?
But
Ukuola ranyadi le.
my clerk, who was Abdullah Sankare, he told me, no, forget him, ignore him.
Nakla ko tumwe kafume Ablai Sankare wale na tadia munya kwenye hani kulu kana kulu samba onya inya kasi yatela.
Please repeat what your clerk said to you.
Ila clerk ko e mem fo e ase inkamba e mem fo e.
He told me to ignore him.
Nyina fanya konganya kasi yala dron.
But did you actually write to him threatening to arrest him?
Bari fo ya safele banka silandi ko e nama bula ibe kango dila pour ya muta.
I wrote the letter, but it was me, but I didn't give him the letter.
Nga letero nyin safele de bari bitu manna silota pour ka letero nyin futandi afango bulom.
Okay, you never delivered the letter.
Ina ma letero nyin nana ma manna futama.
Yeah.
Ha letero manna futama.
It would have been quite interesting to see how things turn out if you had done so.
Niyo kenun kul nyim abina findila ni nyame nun teno nyabo be warla nun.
Yes, it was just crazy.
All right, thank you very much for some of those examples on judicial interference in your work whilst you were at the CRR. Can you perhaps tell us what your views are on interference with the judiciary or interference with the work of magistrates? I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Inu barabage ila osenandiro to tumala menna ya kul lata nyonyame. Sa info isa fono itela mira loro. Kul katara lani nu nyadi le dabulo menka kai dabulo menke kitiol tamandiri nyato wato menna ibe nu kitin imunu kiti tailati janjambura tundo ka memu makati tundo kandi wo wato la.
Throughout this theme on the justice sector, we've been talking through various witnesses about independence of the judiciary and the important principles underpinning that.
Na insio nyimbe kono be kitio la fanna men jube kanteng diamol findire da wolem kiti bunda nyin taram fambulo nyin aning de tol me yalon ko wolle ka dunga koto o watol nyin kono.
Perhaps through your experience as a magistrate, you can tell us a little bit just about the importance of that principle on judicial independence and how interference from the executive or other sectors undermine that particular principle.
Asikeno ila londo raite management je woto wolem kiti bunda nyin ala fanna nyin ala taram fambulo aning de rodol me alon ko le ka findi je dunnun je dabulo men ka keje me alon ko ka bo santo de wolem executive wolem ya jam na la bala moldi ke dabulo men ke ko nyin ko kiti nyin tamandir nyaato no wato la itata londo ro yemel lonje iso fonye.
I mean, the courts are generally the last bastion of hope for people, especially the weak and the vulnerable.
Mawoto Mwede, can you please repeat that line again?
Yes, I said courts are the hope, last hope for people, especially the weak and the vulnerable, the powerless people.
Ha, katu wo bunda lem bunda tme ya lonko. Jikin na bunda lem puru molu meni ya lonko. Imang kango sotobe kango londele nyamen aning sembe fanantela meni ya lonko. Sembo doyata ila lodu lalu mambambang. Amunta wolulajiko bunda amunta itele ke singolo wole kang.
It should protect the rights of people, especially for me, particularly the minority and the weak, the vulnerable. These are the type of group that need protection.
Inyanta mole mako ila ke kanta ke tankandi meni ya lonko. Iketa semben tangol leti menu fanalu man kango soto ila lodula luto ite nyanta makoyro dila wolle la nyin kammala ni sulata ye makoyi ke londisilo kan ke kanta ke tankandi man toro luma meni alonko wolle sibatandi.
I mean, if not, it's just gonna be the jungle, the survival of the fittest. Whoever can feed on the other. If there's no regulation,
na manke wonya bina kala wula kono luwale tide meye menno ye okunum yo adu ninga na tana lwa wole nyama wobe kala kuliti me yalon ka bekeja yala bakele.
So allowing interference, usually it's the powerful people who try to influence the courts.
Ni ajube jama nyin dabulo kitolu kono bake sembe malu mene kangosoto wolle kalafi ke dabula kitolu to pour ke yele mandika ay ke nyama me yalon ko ite laftala wala nyama.
And if you allow it, it's gonna lead to abuse and people taking advantage of the other.
Adunina ta son wala amunta bitu wala mnyinti ko etel kawo kangole tamandi wo molu kameni alonko sembetela ikala bitu ikana mantoro la wala kan kela nyantolu tinya.
So condoning judicial interference, you're saying, would allow the powerful people in the society to use the courts to oppress those who are weaker.
Amunta ka song dabulo la kitio la tamandiri nyato surtout kabo sembe malto o ko ka men wulu wala mniti ko sembe ntangol nyi jama kono ika wollel dete.
Exactly.
Kakawale nyama.
And I believe that would also undermine other principles such as not discriminating against others, the impartiality of the court as well.
Amunta wala mnyinti fananko aka dolu fanalu ntora le kato wala mnyinti ko ninkiti bunda man na tilimuta man silota men tilinta ibaje la ko fanankana ke kole adoleti.
Yeah, and fairness too, and even law and order, because if people cannot have justice, they might resort to other means.
Wala mtonyati katu tilingu ning kangole nyanta lola katu nimmolu mantonya soto iman tilingu soto wota sikeno ifanalie fere do tamandi ifanalu beji kirim ferolu menula.
That's a great point, Mr. Conte, because if the last bastion of hope, as you've said, has been undermined and compromised, then people will take the law into their own hands.
Mfonya Mr. Conte akumayata katu mola jiko labango mudamenti abe semberin tuku mumen na jiko membablu niyo nata tinya wotode bitunga belua tala fango bulo konolede.
Exactly.
Walem.
Please proceed if you have anything else to say on that particular point.
Tenten natara ye kumado soto be men la fala wakang.
So I believe as a judicial officer, as a magistrate,
Botontela tanyina la ko wairi nte mukiti ndirlalti mbe luani kito do ko le bundala.
You should do your best.
Inyante la kato dango bele kela.
And not let powerful people, like the government, the president, those in authorities, to use the courts to abuse or suppress other people.
Woto wonyanta kela nyame mawala mnyenti. Ite manyana silo dila sembe malula menu beko nying sembe mabalu kata ko president na nyon donyo kotangulu pour waliyo sembota kamantoro la mo kotangulu kam meni ya lonko wolle keta dumala nkoluti pour ka sembota mandi wolu kanga ni kela kango tamandi wolu kango manyan kela.
And from what you've said already, I believe you were able to do that very successfully, at least in the CRR.
Comme ya fo nyamenten sainte ite mu molti me ya lonko ya fo nyamenten ite o kele annun ya kele a sotota satandita wato menna e benun munu kidi telati CRR banko kan.
Well, I tried. I think I tried.
Nga katalede na mira roto nga mira de nga katalede.
There you go, being modest again.
Kota ke abita amunta be fankela moti menketa ya fanka nyandi dron.
But considering the challenges at that time and some of the evidence that we have received, I believe that was quite admirable.
Anin kabini ya jibe ko kole akol men benunje anu ye den rol men dijang mo saje no kule me alongo anyabo warta.
We have digressed quite a bit, but perhaps let's go back to our plan, which was you were telling us the different courts in which you were posted. From CRR, where did you go to next?
Silang murun koma do mande ya fonyela nu ye koma do nu ka silang gabri boda CRR tundo kan itata min dole ko tanke.
So, because of the governor trying to interfere in my work,
Katu governor lafta akadabula ntela do koto.
and I believe he went even to the office of the Chief Justice.
Mlata la ko do dalilo le fanga ya saba tata hanfo fan kata Chief Justice office auto.
What did he go and do there?
Tata munelaje Chief Justice officer.
Tata je pour kante kata kala mi je doron kanto kuyaje.
For doing your job?
In kamalete la do koleke.
Yes.
Ha.
And what was the outcome of that?
Alo bolero nying muna nata na fintoro.
So, the Chief Justice called me.
Birio kata Chief Justice yanta fanan kumandile.
Was that Chief Justice Ajim or who was it?
Wala mun Ajim tibam fo jomalam.
No, he was the Ghanaian lady, did Ajima.
Wamugana muso nyineti kafumeye Ajiamang.
Okay.
Yeah, so, she called me and talked to me, but later on she talked, because me and the governor, we cannot work together, so she thought it was best to move me to Farafenni.
Ayan kumandile na diamuta bare dia monyim fanan kola anata kolu jube nyamin ay nyim mirako ni ko tambitan nin governor tema nyamin dal nte tenten nola nte kamben nola pour ka continuer do kola nyola bitu ngamira o dalilo le ya sabu atenata nte saundi kambondi je kan samba farafenye.
In relation to your conditions of service, there's a question I wanted to ask you about the availability of courthouses in these regions that you were serving as a traveling magistrate. Did you have courtrooms to sit in?
Inka sujining ila doko Kenya al halo nyama kumala menne mu kiti tela ni ko be santol to siara tundo kam mafan labde nyini kala fo kiti bungol le beji santol to ba kila kiti lo kenu dame to bang.
It's so interesting.
Why is that?
Georgetown.
Janjambure, Georgetown.
We used to sit in the police station.
Nkasi police station ole kono.
Wow.
And at Kausu and Kuntautu, I think, yeah. We used to conduct our sittings in a police station.
Anu kauru ni nkunta urfanang je ulubeto nkakewale nyakili munyama kasi police station ol kono nkakito keje.
I hope some of the locals were not confusing the court and the police station. Then in that case, I'm sure they would probably go and report civil matters to the police station.
Reda mira rasikeno sandoron kol na signol ni sandon kol ni ite kol ni ite filila ka foko police station anin kiti bunda ite filila wato do ni koleal so da malte mai kanata ko bole police station warra nyana la kiti mol.
I mean, it was so awkward. Sometimes I just feel, but for me, I was like in the litigants because my concern was the litigants. So I try to do my best to bear anybody who has any issue.
Akata wala nyama de akata kuke baloleti bari bitung nte hammo be hakilo be menu kan wolle men ya lon ko be kito nyin kono wo dalilo le ya sabu kana kato dan ke pour kanyin kito lutamandi nyama men se ke mulu fana la da daluti wo kito la karola.
And I do respect the police and I appreciated their work.
Andung police olu fana lu nge bunya ngela do ko fana bunya wala nyama.
I do not let anyone interfere in our work.
Nte fana ndumbuka song moya dabula ntela do ko nyin tamandoto.
But did that give them an opportunity, the police, for example, to interfere in your work since you were sitting in their premises? Did they have an opportunity to say things to you or to consult you when perhaps they would not have had that access, that direct access to you?
Fo oyena na police ol nyinga na ra silo dilal bam puru ke dabu tela do ko nyin kono ban tumala men na ibela ibe muna fankan ila kisan sangol la ibe siri gol da ibela kito ke ka wolet.
No, I would allow that because for me, if I'm from work, I go to home the sleep till the following day. So I was not going out. I'm usually indoors.
Nte ane nte bukaso wala. Mbukaso wala pruitele dabula ntela do koto. Katu ninte nata ningana do kota mande funga mbandi. Nkasa isule ya. Andu wati jama nte katara suole kono ni mantara do kudla nkatara sin na bungole kono wala na nkatara tenkundi ndula kilingolo.
You've mentioned 2 places where you used to sit in police stations. What about the third area?
Ye dingira fula yo la fojang idamendi yala ko iko kasi ni bela kidio taman le kasi police yo la dingiral de la cordal. Dula sabanya mo min doldi.
It was at the police station. All these venues, places, the court used to sit at the police station.
Abe police station ol leto de o tembo kai wo kitol menu ngeke nga ol beke o police station ol leto nkasi jele andu man sansa ngutumo.
Was it inside the police station premises or outside?
Police station kono lembang fo sansan kono lembang fo bandala.
Inside the police station at Janjambure, they have a room in the police station, and Kuntamfu, there's a room, and I believe couch, there was a room.
Bunkono katara jele Janjambure bunkono bijele nkasi damin andun kawru fanan a bun façon bijele bunkono bijele nkasi damin andun kuntawru fanan bewo nyale ma bungo bijele nkasi damen konoto.
And after you were posted to Farafenye, was that a permanent post?
Farafenye dung biri ye samba do ko la je la do ko sawndi je fo je mu dinkiral mi ko be sabati lawol to la do ko ba kala je do ne ba.
So Farafenye too, I was posted to Farafenye and Esau.
Farafenye fanan biri ye sawndi je amanke je damande Farafenye aning Esau ye na do ko samba wolleto.
You were still a traveling magistrate.
Ani kabi mum kiti tela de me yalon ko e ka tamale kabu dinkira kata dinkira to yela kiti olake.
Yes.
Ha.
And
what were the conditions there like?
Jedung yela kuol al halo belare nyaadi le.
Farafenye was better, at least they had the court.
Farafenye le fisiata katu woto aketa nyanyandi wole kiti bunda sotole.
What about Esau?
Esau dung?
Yes, and Esau also.
Aning Esau fanang?
Were you provided with security?
Tanko dung yet mo dila ba membe la kuol tang ifan tankala ba.
Ke kanta.
Ke kanta.
Did you have an oddly?
I was provided. Yeah.
Ha, ye makoy wotole.
Were you also able to have a driver for your car?
Moto bonorin la do yo fana dila ba puri la moto.
Yes, yeah.
Ah, yo fanan kele.
Very well. So after Farafenye and Esau, kindly tell us where you went to next.
Beri bu bota Farafenye aning Esau afanya bang yesamba minto la kotanke.
Also, how long did you spend at CRR and then at Farafenye and Esau?
Ani han kabi ngamur ko ma do mandi yo wati jellel ke do ko la CRR memu janjambure tundo kandi aning Farafenye aning Esau.
I believe at CRR it could be about 4 months or so.
Lata la CRR de ngamera sike karnaniti wala dal wo ma fangola.
Then for Farafenye too, Farafenye and Esau is about 3 to 4 months, I believe. Yeah.
Farafenye ning Esau fanang lata la ko kabo karisaba kata karnani kandal ngawle ko fananto.
And where did you go to next?
Biringi bota woto idata minto la kotanke.
So when I was at Farafenye, that was when my vehicle broke down.
Brimbe Farafenye wotumole munna moto tinyata.
Then I took judiciary to maintenance it, but it was hard.
Wotumole ngaka ngofutandi kiti bunda banyi mfoma ko isi fere ke moto nyin dada bare anata dukundi.
So I took the vehicle to the mechanic.
Wotumole munta fongo nata moto nyin ta ngasamba moto dada lalia.
Then at that time I said to myself, since Esau is kind of closer, because I live at Serakunda, Dipakunda.
Why nata je ko eseo woto katata wotu mole mu nata fero ke pour ka jibe fonsina sa wonno ka sisi sera kunda dame mu dipa kundati.
So I told myself, I mean, maybe it would be better for me to, because I don't want to stay like that. So I want to travel to SL.
Why re kolu be wala nyama malla fi ngatara wotara nyama andu mbekar la tamala le kata eseo.
So I was traveling from Dipakunda to SL every day.
Utumole mbirin sa wonta dipakunda nkata male luwolun kabodi pakunda kata kitol la eseo.
And what kind of transportation were you using?
Sometimes
I would have somebody to drop me to Banjul.
Tumodolun simo nyini memben sambala kanjindi Banjul.
Sometimes I would have to use the public transport.
Tumodolu ngabula jama motol la wala mnyin taxi olti pasas motolu.
So I made so that I get up very early around 5 a.m.
Bitun wodoko ayasa bulen kabuli junale tala lulu suba nkabuli otembole.
I make so that if I'm using the public transport, at 6 o'clock I'm in the vehicle.
Andu natara misal kama ngaje ko wolu mbeta mala pasas motol la tala woro wakatar lembe motoko no mbitaka.
Then 7 o'clock I'll be up in the ferry at Banjul.
Tala woro wala pour saje wo jama wakatar lembe banyunu ferry woto pour kate.
Then by 8 o'clock I'm usually at SL at the court.
Ibajala ko bitun jama talan sai wakatar lem futata kiti bunda la SL.
So in such a dignified position as a magistrate, I mean, you would get on public transportation to actually go to work. I mean, how did that make you feel, and how did that also, I mean, how do you think the government viewed you as a magistrate and the important work that you were doing? Do you think that it was valuable to them? Service you were rendering.
Jamala moto kono ini jamala kata bula moto kono ikata itela mira loro be nyaade o ku maslango be nyaadi le itela mira loro mansakunda itela do ko nyi ya muta nyaadi le itela kuro fo ya mire ya ila ku do ko nyi ya kumayandi la bang ika do ko menke.
For me it was service to my people.
Ndele ntenga jele ko mbedo ko ke kanna molle.
So as far as I'm doing the right thing, especially the communities there are the weak and the poor and the vulnerable.
Andu ni ajibe otumo ko nteka do ko ke molumeni molle men ya lon ko bulome ko ben semben tangol le muti andu molle men fen tangoluti o dalilo le ya sabu ndefana nganyim makin ngaje ko mbatu ngalo nyilie.
Do you believe the government valued your work?
No, not at all.
So there was nothing to really motivate you apart from the fact that you, in your view, were serving the people and you were doing it for them.
Zero motivation, and that's one of the things that angered me.
Wotumo ko kullum bukake mensi hammo dundinte kono pour nga nyimmakin nga wakilin na do ko la karola wo fona ta ke kuti me yalon kana tan kam fa bak.
Because despite all that I was doing,
katuniaji be wotumo ntebe kato membe ke kanung.
When the Chief Justice Ajina was terminated, her services were terminated.
Bring ye Chief Justice Ajamang la do ko nyim biri yala do ko kumfa ya da handi do ko la.
Then the Pakistani Chief Justice Chauhan came.
Utumolem monata Chief Justice ya makamo ta me ya lonko Pakistan banku dingolem.
Can you just shed a bit of light on the termination of the previous Chief Justice Ajimang?
Hangabi nyin Chief Justice member nunje yemena do ko kumva ka me Ajimang ala bayro nyin fo isa je kono fanu nunye no do mandimba.
Just briefly highlighting the issues of or the principle of judicial independence and interference. Did it have anything to do with that?
fo comme misal fe wala dabulo men ke kiti bundal nyina kutamandiri nyaato jeng fo ay kusoro ba menni ani me alon ko anu bi sujiri ndaba.
I believe it did because I mean she's a very strong lady.
ngalon ko wodabi jele katu atemu moleti me yalon ko musolo nyawnyandi bari musubambandi mba.
In that, do you mean she was independent in the work that she did?
Alaw koto ilo koto mende wala mindi ko mole mat me yalon ko akatara loringa fayene na bala du ko kala buka suji mola.
Yes, and especially I see how to protect me from the government.
Anu ha be wala nyama sako ate la lodu lato nteni governor tema tenata kemoti puru kan tang ka kataran ning governor tema nyin kamala wo nkana manto rasutoje.
Do you know how she was dismissed, the circumstances surrounding that?
Yala ne ya bay nyaadi le kul belari nyaadi le ya bay nyamemba.
I think at that time I was traveling, so I heard that services were terminated and you see, and something happens and she didn't feel safe. I mean, so she had to leave the country.
Abmbe tama ndio wairi nteka tama le kito la karola ngamira mbe utamo le kan ngata moiko ya la doko londile ya da fanyondi doko lale abe doko menanu.
Thank you. You were telling us about after she left, the Chief Justice, the new Chief Justice was appointed. Can you tell us who that was?
Afon even barabake itarta ka fonyo no biri yeng ajimang ya dahande ala dogo la inarana kitite da nyaron ko do tombong ika me
be Chief Justice
ko mendomo kuma fonya la ko bang.
The new Chief Justice, the incoming Chief Justice was Ali Nawaz Chauhan from Pakistan.
Chief Justice Kutome yata ikafole Ali Naha Chauhan wala bota Pakistan banko kang.
And so my first encounter with him
Nala Bemfolo
was when he came.
Wala Mbranata.
At that time, my vehicle had a problem.
Otembo namoto ello soto.
So I was, as I told you, I was going to SL. Going to SL.
Andu wato le mbita kan kata kitolu ke SL. Kabo sera kunda kata SL.
Interestingly, I don't know, someone told him that I was not going to work.
Yo, najube kuolu lalanya kama modona ata ufoa ate enko konte bukata ado kuola.
So I was summoned to the office of the Chief Justice.
Bitu otumole na tankumandi katandanku purunga tandanku of Chief Justice la office oto.
To explain why I wasn't going to work.
Purunga ta sata muna nante bukata ado kuola.
I mean, to me, that is an insult because I've been, despite all this sacrifice, I was getting up early in the morning to no transportation. I just trying to do this work, and I was sitting in Essel. My clerks and everybody knew that I was sitting in Essel.
Unte kumo fede wo ketante fele ko nendirolem. Katunde nga kato membeke moto tembulu na moto ello soto bari wo nyawnyanding nka wakili nka kata nkata pour kata kito luta adu nka kito luta daming ese wonka si daming ndam man kun kilingute na kla ko lu bijenu do ku nyolu bijenu nimene yalon ko ni wolle kasi kito lu kunnaje woto nitel kana muri ko kuma façon lu fo womu ku sayin womu munte fe sayin ko mabaleti.
So I was really furious. I was really angry.
Awoto briwo kuma fotanya ketanya kamfa baleti.
And I explained.
Between nata sataye.
And he asked the master to go and check my files in Essel if I were to prove that I was sitting there.
wotumo lang anatanyin kango di master of the court pour weta esewu katanyin ko kisi foto nyato nyante kasi kito lula jele pour aita o file lu jube nka kito ke file lu menula.
Who are you referring to as the master?
Be jumala munu master ti.
The master was the late Buba Jao.
Master movement no wotumo wole mtala Buba Jao.
And what was his role?
Mwana matela dogo ti ate master nying.
I believe he's the supervisor of the subordinate courts.
Ngalon ko tumo ateleka ya maroke bo kiti bunda la kulu la tamanyala.
And am I correct that his the full title was the Master and Registrar of the High Court?
O mbetilin nela banka foko moli ya makamo men dia la to men dia ole master and registrar of the High Court.
Yes.
Ha, walem.
Okay, please proceed.
Tenden.
So the master went and he confirmed that I was sitting at SL.
Birim master nyin tata je check atata na kutonya mka kito lukele nka sile esew.
So that was the moment my relationship with the Chief Justice started, because he had respect for me.
Utembole mnakole akol damra kadun Chief Justice tema ko atanata kulu tamandi nya fasongo memma.
So he asked me, he attacked me to his office.
Anataka takante katandi kanakindi ala ofisola.
And he was assigning me to give some work, research work to do for him.
Andu otumo akadokolu dinna prunga kisikisiru dokolu ke ateye.
And what particular position were you actually appointed to in his office?
Ala ofiso kono je ye tombong ye mum palace le dila o wato la jeto.
I was still a magistrate, but he had a program, I believe was the codification of customary law in Uganda.
Otumo mu magistrate le tide hanimbide. Yo bari bitum fanang katukungulu sembendi na bankola ada kiti nyalula otumo wodo ko nyim fanang anata mbulo bula wole kono.
So you were a magistrate, but you were not sitting. You were not sitting in your cases, or you were not presiding over cases.
Amunday munun kiti tela de bari mu molde me alon ko ibuka si la dia mol ni yela moy la case sol yela moy ye kiti.
Instead, you were doing research work for the Chief Justice.
Bari amunta inata na as Chief Justice wala kiti la bela nyaton ko da na inebal officer kono ikadogo kai ka kiskisiro kai al officer kono.
Yes.
Do you know if this was the first of its kind in the judiciary, this particular role that he had carved out for magistrates?
Foi alo na nyina doku follow de bang ay men findindi pour magistrate le nyi doku civil ka kai.
Yes, yeah. I believe it was the first of its kind.
Nata ko nyim manka foloti.
And what was the nature of your work at the time?
Anu ila dogo nyinga be sujini mumfanna jumalle la wato la.
So he would give me research works, particularly, and he
aka kisikisir doko le dinna ka ajube
about customary law, because he wanted to codify customary laws in the Gambia.
Amunta kadu ko men dina wala nyinti ko Gambia banko na ada kiti silolu na ada kitindiri nyalu puru nyin kammala nsi tukungulu londi wulu fanalu to puru itamandi nyalu to utumo ayo do ko le dinna.
How long did that particular sorry, please go ahead, sorry.
And also he started the Judicial Training Institute.
Ando a telefona nata ke moti meye yo ketindir bundalo karandiro nindiro damuta o bundal.
Did you say Judicial Training Institute?
Fa ko wala kitiri bundal nyina karandir bunda karango karabunda nyin.
For the training of magistrates and judges.
Puruka ketindir lalu nin kitite lalu fanalu karandi.
What was your impression of Chief Justice Chauhan? Was he an independent Chief Justice? Or was he one that was amenable to interferences like some of the others we've heard here in the TRRC?
Muna wetela korosir lati Chief Chong Han la tamandiri nyaro fo mo mole mat me alon ko abel horinga fayende makala kul ka fayende bang fo ila mira loro mole mat me alon ko ke dabula la kul kono mesal ka kumol bula da kono la be men fera be men kela la tamandiri nyaro do ko.
I believe he's independent, but the environment was not just right for him.
Latala ko akala kolu tamandi nyamin aba fango bulule aka fango la kangole tamandi bari bitun kolu be a jenjengo la nyamin kolu be laring a fe nyamin dal a manke kuti me yalon ko yati fango fasa bake.
And although we are not going to go into that now, you will tell us later that he actually was dismissed by the government or by the head of state.
Nyara do mande ibo fola nyele to nyala nyala bango nyi inata na baile masakunda na baile mbelu njang.
Yeah.
So how long did you work in that role, and what did you do after that?
Silang yedo ko ke palaso nyinto memu Chief Justice la office nyinto andung inata na muneke kotenke.
So I was there about 3 to 4 months.
Mbije bare atata mtata fo kabo kata karisa wakar nani kang.
Then I was again moved to Canifing.
Utumolem kotake inata mbondi woto yen samba Canifing.
After Canifing?
And from Canifing, then he wanted me to be at Banjul.
Bitum brimbota Canifing at left nun puru ngata num banyu puru katante woto per katado kola woto.
How long were you at Canifing?
Tarra Canifing kiti bundar for what yelu.
I mean, it was about that time, I believe, for 4 or 5 months there.
Ngamera woto abektala karna ne fota karlulu nyonka ngawle wuche oke woto.
And how long did you stay in Banjul Magistrates Court?
Banjul kiti bunda ndi ngorulung ye itarra je fana for what yelu.
I was at the Banjul, I believe it was in November 14th.
Ngamera yen samba Banjul November karo atiltani nani mafangula.
Then until my services were terminated on May 4th verbally.
Mbe wala to nun hanfo wato men inatante da handi do ko fa mume wala.
Kindly tell us. Please go ahead.
Officially, May 12th.
Bare akangona ta finti me karotil tang anim fulole.
So you were working with the judiciary as a magistrate for how long in total?
Amunta be niya be yirka itarta do gola kiti bunda nyinto for wati jelu ini ibe mu kiti ndirlat.
About 2 years, 11 months.
Bitafo sanji fula karta ninkling.
Almost 3 years.
Mbida wala moya safo don sanji zaba. Abina wasila.
Kindly tell us the circumstances surrounding your dismissal.
Silang ila bayre nyanying afanya bang kol me alon ko wala be murle sujuri nga ila bayro nying skunyala.
I believe my services were terminated because of that case I handled.
Lata la ko yen mbaydo ko la dalilo men kan wala mo ngakiti dole ta nga ta mandi nyama.
Which was the case of State Matijao and the State versus State Matijao.
Ngamira wala mkito te me yalon ko mansa ani State Matijao dunta nyola tumomen.
Give us some background into that case. Who was State Matijao and the context of that case?
Fondo mango dinna case nyindo bang atata nyame ba no jwala mi State Matijao.
State Matijao was a university lecturer. I do this.
State Matijao mo karandiri la letinung ataka karandiro kenung university waleto.
They wanted to conduct research on Gallup poll study.
What study? Sorry.
Gallup.
Gallup poll study. Gallup.
Amunda ite lafta kisi role kala nung wo ka même foten Gallup son lafta kisi role kala wole kuoto nung.
Do you know what Gallup polls were?
Yalla na muna ñi Gallup polls ti.
I believe, it's they gather information and conduct polls on, for instance, rule of law, governance, democracy, and they gather data and look for people's opinion about issues.
Womu kuleti me yalon ko e ka denne ye do ko ke ka kisi ke ka molu ngani yolu jube ka jube molla hammo ni le lafinna kolu mu muneti isi si ya jube fanan pour ka kolu kisi molu la lafinna dalu molu la jerolu isi molu fanalu kacandi ka molu nyininka ila hammolu mu muneti fanan kolu to mararo ana nyon kotengolu.
They were doing some research on governance issues around the country.
Amunta ebenun kisikisiro le ke kanung maralo Kenya la bango kanjang.
Yes.
Ha.
Okay, please go ahead.
Then.
So I believe they conducted some training, for researchers that people they could use to conduct the research.
Ngamira inata karandiro fanankele kamodolu karandi me ya lonko wolle fanalu bina duko kela purka kisikisiro ke itolie ila duko nyintama ndinyado.
And prepared questionnaires.
Anim fanan e ka nyininkaro parendi nyanta nyininkar façon lu men kela purka wolu nyala tombong.
So they were on. It was during that time then the government and NIA they knew about their activities.
Ngamira wotembolem man sakunda nata kolu jibe ining NIA ewlu la kolu lanya.
Because maybe they were suspicious about them collecting certain information or data.
Ngamira sobo keta nyine la ko ul fanalu be kibarol wala ka kibarol le kensum wala ka kolu jibe dalete la sula kolu mentu pour ka kibarol ka funyoma.
And was that because some of the information they were collecting was surrounding the human rights situation of the country, rule of law, and these were considered, I believe, to be sensitive matters?
Ko menti wala nyindi ko so bitala nyinna la ko nyuni be kisikisiro men ke gan wala nyindi ko dol be sujiri nding hadama dingo nyanto la ko la ani maral kendo andum kulle do mi alla te mi alon ko e ko ni ko be no masata bala akamane ba kene ba.
Yes, because the government at that time they don't. Maybe they were suspicious about things like that.
Ha o tembo de man sakunda be tembo men to utumo e kataria sobila le ku façon to ni ye momondi mbe do ku façon la e katara ete ka sobite mari la do ko la le.
Please repeat your answer. Your response and the interpreter were overlapping, please. Thank you.
Urungang ila jabiro nyinna ba.
Yes, I believe at that time the government would be suspicious of any information that has to do with human rights, good governance, rule of law.
Ngalong o tembo man sakunda ka sobile ko kundi na tilinta kolu la menu beko maralo banko kang hadama ya nyanto demokrasi ani o ku fasongolu momondi yolu maitel katara sobiri ngo molu lale.
And do you know why that was the case?
Yeah, they believe that that could shape the opinion of the people about the government.
Amunda wala nyinti don kam molu wobe molla ngani yole yitandila ye ngani ya façon men soto ani ye jeri façon men soto man sakunda nyi na karola.
Because it would expose those violations.
Kadwa binawo wanyaro le natila ikaw nyanta tinyalu menu ke ka kuruyalu men ke molla amunda ulbe wanyarle
which they did not want exposed.
Andu ngi tolma la fi way wanyar.
I believe, for instance, questions like if the president is a dictator, are people free to express themselves, things like that. So, and the president will want that.
Yeah, ngalong ko wairi ka foko president mu sembela mara atemu abe sembela mara rolla ko lu men betilina wala mo la nyinin karol ni mo la jero wo ku façon la karola wo abuka bunyema.
And were those actual questions that Said Matijao and his group posed to members of the public, whether or not the president was a dictator?
For Said Matijao and Adronyoli told Ninkar Sifali Kaol Findini Jama Kambang, for Ka Mulninga, for Ya Jam, President Onimu Moldi Mealongo, Sembela Maralo Akawalekaba, Uninkar Sifal.
I cannot remember clearly the question, but I believe questions like that were something like that.
Hakilo ta be mutanola da sene mabari lata la koy wo nyinin kari fasongolu wolle tarta kumolu kono wolle fango nyin ko be sabu.
Well, it is not a surprise that he was arrested then. All right, please proceed.
So, I mean, they were arrested and charged.
Inata wolu mutale ye tumi.
And the case was assigned to me.
Bitung inata wo kito din telela.
What were they charged with?
Ye mun tumi receiver la dengi kang.
I mean, the charges were 4 counts.
Ila tumiro lu mumfe?
Tumiro nani lam?
Tumir nani?
4 counts.
Tumir nani?
So I believe count 1 was.
Mulata la ko tumir following.
Are you reading from a particular document?
Yes, because I still have the ruling.
Katu hanimbi wo kaitol bembulle.
So you're reading from your ruling at the time?
Munda yeki ye ko nyim kundu nyame han kabi ba wala karanka iba karanka o kaitole bala.
Yes, yes.
Ha.
Please proceed.
Akwetente.
Count 1, conspiracy to commit a misdemeanor.
Tumir follow munyineti wala mnyinti amunta kuke anya kuke balikewdal.
Contrary to section 369 of the Criminal Procedure Code.
Me yalon ko anina fanna kemesaba taworo nin kononto njaw manta nyola na kiti bundala.
Captain voluntary laws of the Gambia.
Me yalon ko abe na Gambia la loi buko la bunda tanjaw kono.
And that's 2000 count 2.
Tumir fulanjango.
Failure to register a business contrary to section 44 of Single Windows Business Registration Act 2013.
Amunta ka safar bunda asafe balia safar bunda nyanda safe la bari ala safer balia me yalon ko fanang ninna wo bankola lua sarto lumanta nyola.
Country disobedience of statutory duty contrary to section 115 of the Criminal Procedure Code.
Sabanjango wala nyinti kabalang ila luko tamandila anyama me yalon ko fananin bunda keme bunda tang anin sabanjango nyin walita.
And count 4, disobedience of statutory duty contrary to section 155 of the Criminal Code.
Tumirnani njango wal fanamu nyinati ko mela luko tamandi anyama inyanta luko menkela imake anyama me yalon ko fananin na ulwa bunda walita le.
Can you repeat count 1 for me without citing the law under which they were charged?
Akoye tumir bunda follow satae satara hani ima afanna nyimfo.
Count 1, conspiracy to commit a misdemeanor.
Wala mnyindi ka kambeng puruka kruya kuo tamani.
That's fine.
Akabete yata.
I hope you'll make these your ruling available to us later on for the benefit of the commissioners.
Ngamira inata wo kulu lanya nyingbo kaito nying ibe fere kilale ka futandi manyatonto puru commissioner la jero kama.
Yes.
Ha.
What happened after they were arraigned before your court?
Mune nata kebri nata ululondi nyati lungula kiti bundala.
when they were arraigned,
Biri nati ke kitin purke kitindi.
they didn't have lawyers.
Lawyer te ulubulu iman lawyer soto.
So I stood down the case
Bitum nata kito nyi landi.
for them to go and find lawyers.
Puru nyin kamala isita lawyer lu nyining ifaye wotumo.
Then after I stood down the case,
Biringa kito nyi londi wanya puriyeta lawyer nyiningula.
I was in my chambers.
Mbelna office kono.
Then I received a call from the master of the High Court.
Utumole nata kumandiro soto. Master member High Court ayenkili.
So
who was the master? Sorry, Mr. Conte. Who was the master at that time? Was it still Mr. Buba Jawa?
Akojuma le master tinu utumo kiti bunda nyina for Mr. Buba Jawa le mhani bibang.
Yes, it was Mr. Buba Jawa.
Ha ate Mr. Buba Jawa lem.
Thank you. And this is the late Buba Jawa who later became a judge, right?
Ngamera wale mtala Buba Jawa ti menna take kiti ndirlati.
Yes.
Ha.
Okay, please proceed.
Akoitente.
So he was talking to me about bail.
Bitunga be nyine fo kanye nunko bel nyanta kela nyameng.
No, so I don't understand because I suspected.
Ma fahamu. Katu alata sobo dundi nsondo mokono.
I don't know why would master call to talk about bail.
Malo muna na master be diamala hanfo kata bel kumofo.
So usually the master would not call to talk to a magistrate about bail.
Kadu amandali kela puru master ye magistrate o kumandi puru ye diamu bel kuola.
So it was then I sensed that the government, the state, the president had an interest in this matter.
Utumolom sobona tadun sondo mokono kamira ko. Uto nyimu kitileti wala nyimu kuleti me yalon ko president amunta ay nyatili nya sotole nyin kito la karola.
Can you tell us what specifically was said about bail by the master?
Foi sa fono nye muna fam for master men for bail la kuro nyin kisto.
He said that the CJ told him that the bail is at the discretion of the court.
Ate nyina foko utumo CJ nyina fayen ko bel ko wotuta larin kiti bunda nyin nebulu.
But that was something that you already knew. I mean, why would he tell you that?
But it don't womu kula de me alan ko ete o lonne. So muna jareta la pura te o foe.
Exactly, and I don't even know how did the Office of the Chief Justice knew about this case. I know it is the Office of the Chief Justice in suit, but things like that.
Bangalon ko abngo lonne bari bitun silang nata mira anya kata nyadi la hanfo Chief Justice la office obina bola nyin kolu kala ma belarin te nyami.
Did you see this as an indirect interference in your duties, or perhaps more direct?
Oh, ila mira lo nyi mu kule de me alan ko dablo la me alan ko imasam be ifang kai fang bari ya samba ni nyala me alan ko dablo la akonyin kon.
More direct, it was more direct because the court knows that the bail is usually the discussion of the court, but
Abolem aka amunta ya tilindi wala nyama ya samba wala nyama kadu ya lonko bel ko o katar larin kito la nyale bulu kiti bundala.
Did that put you under pressure at all?
Fo na tene bula de tola kono bang fo.
of course, yes, it did, because if you call a magistrate and you start to talk about bail, definitely, he would sense that maybe this is just not a normal case.
Keta wala nyama kadu je ni ya magistrate kumandi me ya lanka be kiti tamandi kan ikana bel kumo kachawe woto abe nyinjila ko nyimu kuleti me ya lonko da bulole nyinti te lafta jela nyado nyalama.
So what happened after that?
Munana na ke okola.
So it was then I sensed, the government has some interest in this matter.
otum wala nata nyim mirako otum no na mansa kunda fa hammobe kutole nyin kito kono.
So I had to advise myself.
Ngam fay ya mari.
And considering the fact that
Andu ngani njube ko.
Two of those, the three accused persons,
Nyimmo sabolu menu yetu miteng.
were non-Gambian.
Nyil dodo manke Gambian kati.
So, I mean, you know, considering bail,
Andu niya jube purka bel ko nyimira.
there are other factors to consider.
Adun kuko tangulu fanal bijele nyanta menu jibela si mira menula.
But I believe the two most important are the
Barilla tala ko kumma fulo menu be ko nyin kono.
the seriousness of the offense,
Amunta tonyandiro menketa ala sangarobe lari nyadile.
and if whether the accused persons have 5 weeks.
Fodun ya menu tumitem fana molle men ya lonko ya konyi natot futandile.
And I experienced a situation that happened in the judiciary.
Andu nataje ku mukuleti me ya lonko aketale na kitindir bunda la judiciary konoje.
A senior magistrate
Kitindir la nyato ngasotonta.
I believe he heard a case
Na lonko kule babulu nun kitile belara buloko nun.
where the accused person had escaped from the jurisdiction.
Andu moment tumita ye men tumi o kito nyin kono wo mari nata bori ay bankobula.
So the magistrate was in
Biton nyim kitindir la nyim memba ko nyin kunna nata silandir kolu sambakan.
Are you in a position to tell us who this particular senior magistrate was?
Parere na bang kanyin kiti tela ni na atofo nya bang. Numala muni mari tinu.
I don't want to name names because maybe they might not like me naming the names.
Malla fitolu fola kadro asekeno ko mariolo fa sekela kuti mensi dieye pruntenga na murumbe tolu fola.
And we respect that, but can you provide the name afterwards to us in private?
Ngai ngau ilo kuma ka onyi bunya la bare foi sila hido dino la bang be ngo kola foi sa to nyen kino nyen dan ne ba ndam malu.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Inumbara tente.
So I remember when I was Banjul, and maybe at the principal magistrate.
Yo otumo ntata numba nyunle
Would usually part by benefit.
andu jama magistrate ni ngakatambi ni kanifinna.
And to show solidarity to this magistrate because he has been threatened that he must produce the accused person or he would be dealt with.
Puru ka itande nyi magistrate ofana nako mba mbelori nga fele ka fasa katu ye silandir kumo fayan ko nyi memborta teng ay fereke ay amari fintindi.
And so I experienced that. Then I thought to myself,
So tumole ngamiram fay ko
if these two of these non-Gambians, if they happen to, abscond,
nata mira ko nyi mo fulolu men ya lon ko etelu manke Gambia dinguluti ni nyili nata bori dum
I could face similar fate.
mfanambe dunna o man tora kilimule kono.
So I reminded them
Moto dalilo le ya sabu nge sambari man
to think over my decisions before I deny or grant bail.
puru nge sambari man puru nyin kamala mbe wato men soto lan simira fodum nsinyi bel kango di nyili labang fodum kana so yebel.
So what did you end up doing?
Nyala ba ina na munake.
Then I decided that I was not going to deny them bail.
Yo, utumole nata mira konko oto nyili manya ne balila purke bail.
But the bail would be in such a condition that they would be reasonable, that they would stand trial, and at the end of the trial, there's no case, let them go.
Yo, bitu nata fukombe bail façon men dilela abekela nyale manyame ya lonko ibe tentena le purka lo kito nyati limula. Isaje nin kito nyin keta hanfo anata bang utumole nsina feroji be nin ye fanso to nse bula.
And then I granted them bail.
Utumole munata bail dealer.
I mean, it was in the amount of 5 million.
Andu ngakango mele kam bail sanko nyin dalasi million lulu.
And there was a lot of, talk about that.
Andu amunta diamolu wulindi nunduma.
What kind of talk was there about it?
I mean, in social media and in other media.
Amunta na nying dunia be kibar bunda nyi kafame social media nin kibar bunda kote ngolo wolle be kumakal nu.
And probably they believe he was excessive.
Amunta ite lata nyi na ko ngawo kodo yiriko men lawe kang asia batale.
Were you under some pressure to increase the amount of the bail?
Silang foi be de tole kono bang puru ka foi ko puru bail sartoni ye sangaya membe sangaya la sartoni puru ka lafa.
Or did you feel the conditions you set were reasonable under the circumstances?
Waranda foi ya jele ko bail sartoni ye menu lande sartal me alon ko e sone ya da bakale.
Yeah, my reasoning was 2 of them were non-Gambians.
Ha ndela dalilo munyinati nunko. Mofulo nyingolu manke Gambia dingoluti.
And if all I wanted was them to stand trial.
Anu ndela after nu membela nu wala na yelo kito nyati limula.
But if they escape,
Bari nini nataka na iborta.
then that was going to be another issue for me, and maybe I could be subject to some other things there. So I wanted them to stand trial, and I believe the amount, it may be excessive to some people, but to me, it was kind of reasonable.
Awdalilo le ya sabu bitu ngaji benko ha nyilu nyanta fero kila leke ila ko kiti kato ninge bula luntangolu nyilu asekeno wolieta.
But it looks like apart from the normal considerations that you would sort of weigh, the normal principles under the law, you had other principles that you were also looking into, such as your safety, considering the experience you had with that senior magistrate.
Haninkabi ni ya jube ebe ya pesa ya jube ebe ila saka sartol men dila nu ni ya jube ya pesa haninkabi hakilo fanan tu koma le puri fanan katanko ani misalo men dija wala ila nyaton ko kiti ila nyaton ko do me alon ko adunta akole ya ko kono me alon ko ani la nyibe muluntale ibe ol bera ko ni ibe jube kan ya pesa ya jube fond.
Exactly, because if I didn't receive that call from the master and kind of put pressure on me, I don't think I would have granted bail in such a manner.
Ha ngamira na atar numbang mang kumandiro sudunun kabo mastabulu. Anim fanang amunta imang ida bula kunun ko nyin kono. Bitum ko lu bek tamala nu nyamin wala nyinti dalilo wala dalilo dinna han fonnata feroke ngata manditen nata nyim bel dila.
And thank you so much for admitting that, because definitely there seem to have been some other extraneous influences on that particular decision apart from the law, and I can understand the position that you were in.
Enu baraba kelo senendro ngao faham le nga jele ko ufanna dol be e ufanna men vojanteng wato dingira dol be je katara jele me alon ko de to katara jele bari comme ite alandi nyamen den ngenu baraba kelo senendro tan yala nyamen fana.
But in fact, after you went all through that, these two foreigners did not in fact stand trial, did they?
But Hankabi Taro, Hankabi, way of Simfa Dam beta thing. Ning Luntam Flooring, Manana lo, Kitty on Yadin on 4 lodal.
But to my surprise,
aketanye teren kuoti
their lawyer came to me after it was a day or two
ila lawyer na tante kang birin tilikilin wala tilifula tambita
and told me that the two accused persons wanted to change their plea.
wala mnyindi ko nyi mofulo lumenu ye tumiteng amunta itelila ila lodula ila ftafalin na ila kangonyi
To change the plea from not guilty to guilty.
wala mnyindi be falin na le kafoko luwa mantol muta ebe sonnale silanko ha tonya e sontale ko luwa yam mutale.
So when they were initially arraigned, they pleaded not guilty, and 2 days after they changed their plea from not guilty to guilty.
Amunda lum folo men na yena ti londe kiti o nyati lon le men fo e men jabi kiti o wala nyidi go to man son tumiro le men le kan bar tilif la ko la law lum folo nyi na na sa murna ko silang e be la lod la nyi falina le ka fo ko sai i son ta tumiro nyi na e men de kan oda.
Yes.
Ha.
What happened? Did you convict and sentence them accordingly?
Muna nata nake fo ita fana nata na luwa tamandi kande bang inata ne busa yaro la bang ko luwa ya landi nyame.
So I was shocked because my mind was, I was just gonna let him stand trial. At the end of the trial, they couldn't prove their case and let him go, but they changed their plea.
Ha, ntalafta kito tamandela nunya wale nyama. Barbitum ko kunyi nata kenya menteng. Inata wuli nang purke la kango falen ka foko. Follow to ilota ko itelu mansong. Barbitum nyin labang la inata lo ka foko ha sa isontale.
So I couldn't do much because I was not really happy with it, but you know, as a judge, as a judicial officer, you have to be independent.
Bitu watumo biri waketalom man ku jama soto mbeme ntamandile je wairi ntebu do kulaleti luani ntilingo do ko bundala fereti je man ku jama soto mbeme ntamandile je.
Then I convicted them.
Udalilo le ya sabu nge kitindi nga luaye muta.
And find them.
Nga alamano le kang.
I believe it was 50,000 on each count.
Ngamira ni manyina momo ndi kungo kundalas wuli talulu iteli nyanta wale jola alamano
$15,000.
Wuli tang ani lulu.
Every count.
Ka amunta tumiri nyanta wale jola.
Yeah, and then when they paid and then they left the jurisdiction.
Inata song ye joro ke biri ye joro ke drong utumole botajang itata.
And again, just juxtaposing that against the bail amount, just highlighting against that the bail conditions were obviously very stringent, because in the end you just find them something less than $100,000.
Munda nyala bonyi hani kabiri ya jube inata na alamano mel lekang ani ye bel roben dira yeme sang bel mel dila nu ye kodo mel lande je ko membe momo be bel membe sankara be men jola adoyata wotila me ye natani alamano woda menna adoyata la bi anim bel nyina ido adoyata wala e bawe dumal.
Yes.
Ha.
Yeah.
Ha.
All right, thank you very much. So what happened to Seth Matijao?
Silang Seth Matijao dum muna natana ke atela.
So Seth maintained his plea not guilty.
Mba munta Seth ate mwole mnyindi ko lua manate muta.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
He said he's not guilty.
Akate akaulua mate muta amansong.
And what happened?
So it went on trial.
So kuonyi nata dunkito kono utumole.
Who was representing the accused persons?
Yintumi monyi jumala belore ngate loyala.
There is, at first, I believe it was Ida Drame who was representing them. Council Ida Drame.
Ngamira Ida Drame. Wale mu kitindirlati mellota itolienu wotembo.
Then I did change council and it was Lamin Camera for Seth Matijao.
Bitungo tumo Seth Matijao menata lo wale keta Lamin Kamarati.
What about the state?
Banko la karola du jumala belore banko e.
The prosecutor was Abdurrahman Ba at that time.
Utembo menlo taman sakunda yo Utembo wolem Abdurrahman Ba.
And he was from the state law office.
And Abura Mansala Kitri Bunda office or
Attorney General's chambers, rather.
Yes, but later on, I think he also withdrew, and it was Bakar Drame.
Ya ngala keta wala nyama bari ko nyim nata me fam nata faling o laban la Bubakar Drame wala nata loy.
Mr. Conte, I would just like to just pause for a moment whilst I confer with Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's time for the break, but we have about 30 minutes or so to go. If you would prefer us to continue and finish with him and then go on a break, or to take a break and then come back.
Well, considering that it's been up very early in the morning, can you shorten 30 minutes to 15 minutes and we finish up with him? If we can do that, that would be great, rather than
I will try. I'm not too sure if I can make such a promise, but I will try to shorten it.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Conte?
Sedo.
Yes, Chancellor.
I'm sure you've heard what the chairman has said, so take that into consideration as we proceed.
Okay.
All right, so just summarize the case for us so that we can get somewhere. What happened to Said Mati eventually in the trial?
Nyala ba nyin Said Mati ala kitio nyin kono munana na kala.
So the prosecution, they call their witnesses and then close their case.
Kitindrilalu wala ta ila sedo lu kumandi brio lu kumandi fol nata utumole nata ila kito kumfa.
Then his lawyer LS Camara.
Ala lawyer LS Camara
apply for your case to answer.
Ay nyine safe ko woto atela kiliano wo man kiti soto anyante dankula menna.
Please tell us what that means, especially for the benefit of our lay people.
Akataba ya yo fatan fansinya bang purun na mol la moyr la melan ko mang faham o koto munadi wala ala lawyer dundiro kula safer la ka me no case to answer wala man kuma soto be men dankula menna kitiyor.
So no case, I mean, simply means
well,
the prosecution closes their case.
No case wala mnyindiko bitum kitindri bunda nying wala nyante la kito kumfala woldo katu wala mnyindiko tumi mo nying woto kitirma kuta caring men nyanta lala te kanga munta kititate kunto.
If there's no evidence that the court can convict,
ni sede man soto sede koyo men sa itande ko nyim tumi mo nyanta mutala nyine kam pour ka sorong.
That's around the defense to open their defense and contradict the evidence.
Ibajala utumole nio keta bitum menu belorin kitindirla menu belorin tumi moye utumole ngol fanal bina ila kudia mo wulindi la pour ka tumi mo nyin na kolu fasa ka itande ko nying amunta be tembo mento teng ate mang lua la sembe telari ngaka mang kuke.
So the prosecution basically, sorry, go ahead.
Then it would mean there's no prima facie case, like no strong evidence against the accused person.
But new sede a mankita woto wala mnyintiko belola nyine kanko sede bambandi mansoton no nyintumi mola koluto.
So therefore the prosecution did not meet the minimum threshold of evidence they were supposed to produce.
Amunta koto munyine de wala mnyindiko kitindirla me yalon ko wolle nyin tumi mo nyin na de kitidula to ka tumi ko tumi rol nyin e man kuma kam bambandi ngol soto me yalon ko wala fo nyin tumi mo nyin memba sabula ko furluwa sa muta.
Yeah, that would warrant the defense to enter their defense.
Ha wala mkuti memba sabula pour men be lorin tumi mo nyiye wul fanal si wuli yela kuma wulindi pour iteli nyanta nyi mari tankandi la nyami.
So based on that no case submission, I mean, what ruling did you make?
Kasujini wala kabiring tumi monyin na lawyer nyi ayo kuma ka nyi dundi wala no case submission. Iti na ku nyi kundunya dile.
So if there is no case, I mean, acquit and discharge.
Wala mnyindi ko ning bitum kiti mansoto menyanta kela pour ka kula nyinka. Woto kito nyi utumo le ngabai.
So you agreed with the submission that was made by the defense counsel and you acquitted and discharged them because the prosecution basically did not produce enough evidence to warrant a defense to those charges.
Amunta tumi monyi na lawyer nyinga safiro men dundi kiti onyin kono inata ifana nata na so kuma ka onyin ne ka wala mnyindi ko tumi monyi menu ya nata tumi menu ya nata kiti onyin nyati no memu bankola karola multi e man kuma kan sa hayare ngodi kiti onyin nyati no memba sabula ko kungo sa muta no ko to nyato nyanyin tumi monyi ya tumi menna asabati ta kanne ifana nata na sabati wala yabula iko luwa mamuta dun kiti ofana yabula le.
Yes.
Ha.
So Said Matija was a free man.
Said Matija narna ke mori mi alon ko aba fambulu.
Yeah, he was a free man.
Ha, bitu tembolem anata fansoto yabula, kito yabula.
And according to your statement, all hell broke loose from that point.
Amunta ila kuma kan safero nyindo yeme itandi je wala nyindu ko nyimbe nata na katinya.
I am paraphrasing.
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us what happened after you gave that verdict?
Silang faisa fono nye muna nata na ke brite ko nyim kuntu onyama.
Considering the political nature of the case, and the fact that the state had an interest in it.
Andung kome hani ya jube fanang Said Matija la law kiti onyin mansakunda ya sulo soro andung politiko alhalo onyin fanang belari nu nyamen nata na.
So I believe I delivered the on Wednesday, April 29th.
Na miranga kulu ke wolungole April karoti limuani kononto kakito kundu.
And after that, I was expecting something was going to happen.
Biro batala ndefama be sobirinko kube kelale.
Why were you expecting that something would happen?
Mune ya sabu ndefama sobira ko kube kelale.
Because it was obvious that the state, the government, the executive had an interest in the matter.
Kadro tumo ndebe sobirinko mansa kunda nyin kata na nyatonko banko kundonko ulube kusotole laftamenta mandila kito nyinto.
But despite your fears, you still went ahead and did the right thing.
Bari hanin kabi o nyaawo nyara de nyama ila silo ko nyin kono nyaawo nya bayina na kuke me alon ko nyanta wala nyama.
Yes.
Walem.
I don't think, Said Madi deserves that. He doesn't deserve to be destroyed like that. So
Amira kwa abekela kuleti menyanta purka Said Mati la kulu tinyanyi wonya bitu dalilo le ya sabu mfana ngata mandi wonyama puru nyin kamala katanka ndio mantoroma.
Even at the risk of reprisals to yourself.
Anin kabi o hani onyaawo nyara nyama maslango be kan nyaawo nya iya kundu onyama.
Yes, I knew maybe the worst I would get is to be fired. So I prefer to be fired than destroy a young man.
Ha, ndafana ngajele ko. Ningata mandi wonya. Ko si kuja o membe kelantela doron wole yembaidu kola. Bari ndafana wole fisi atanye yembaidu kola wole fisi atanye. Nga funding kedo jube nga tinya.
That was quite commendable. Seeing as you were also a young man with a future ahead of you, which you were willing to sacrifice for the rights of others.
Tenturubala ikang hani ya jube te fana molde me alon ko funding ke mera wala muiti bar hani kabi o nyaonya ya duno nyimbeta ya woku beje ya taki ya duno nyinta.
Exactly, because he should be protected.
Ha, ayanta kala wala nyama. Mnyanta kantalale, ayanta kanto sotunale.
So what happened after that?
So on Monday, I went to work.
Between 10 and Lungon Tata Dokola.
I was in court.
Mbekiti Bundala.
Then my orderly came.
Utumolo na orderly na dokula menkatarambala anata.
and told me that the principal magistrates wanted to see me urgently.
A fanyon ko magistrate ke ba nying o laftan jelale jer saharingula.
Then I went to see him.
Ntataje.
Who was he?
Atala munun jumati o magistrate ke ba nying.
He's Mamadou SM Diallo. He's not a high court judge.
Mamadou SM Diallo sa en high court kiti ndirlale mwati wala muna kiti sandonga bunda nyinti.
Please proceed.
And then
He's told me that the Chief Justice sent an urgent message.
Ay ñina fanyon ko Chief Justice ye kibar kandile kinang.
That I should go home immediately.
Konte nga say wonoto nga say.
Because he received the order that from the president, that's Yaya Jammeh.
Kato atafana yo kango soto mole bulume ya lonko wole banko president Yaya Jammeh.
That I should be dismissed.
Koy nyanta mbaylale.
Mr. Conte, before we move on, did Yaya Jammeh appoint you?
Mr. Conte, me musedo de janni betente na fo Yaya Jammeh atele to tombo mang do ko nyit.
No, Yaya Jammeh didn't appoint me.
Anide Yaya Jammeh manteta do ko la.
So how come he was dismissing you?
To say abe keno na nyari la tebe bayla.
That was the order given to the Chief Justice.
Kango le nyintime ya lonko Chief Justice. Wale yo kango dintela.
Okay, very well. I believe somebody did not advise him that he did not have the authority to do so. Who was the Attorney General at the time?
Jumala munu minister member ne lual ne kiti ndir kunyala o jamano la.
It was Mama Fatima Singate.
Ikafo Mariole Mama Fatima Singate.
Okay, please go ahead.
Then that I felt threatened.
Aketanya kutime ya lonka aketa silandir quality.
I packed my bag.
Ngana fengulu kafunyoma.
Without telling anyone anything.
Mam fem fo moye mam kuma moye.
I boarded a taxi and went home.
Mbulata taxi okono otembole nsaita suokono.
I had to change my location.
Oyo aluwa ya sabule ntara dula fa nga falin.
So I was there. It was on the May 4th, until on the 12th May.
Ya bitungo tumo kabrim mekaro til nani fo mekaro til tannim fulo.
Okay, I have to, because I believe the Chief Justice. I mean, he said.
Mulata nyina ko to Chief Justice atakata moleti meyen tefanan kanandi.
And I'm so grateful for that.
Andu wakatanya kuti nsewo tala kuola ko karola back.
Why do you believe? Why do you believe he saved you?
Mane asa wita lara ko Chief Justice nying ayetan kandile.
Because the moment he knew about it,
Katu wato menga bota kalama.
He sent a message immediately.
Ay kibaru kinta kanna utumole tarinke.
And initially you told us that the worst that could have happened to you was that you would be dismissed, and you were not really scared of that.
Ari yalan koma da yafa mole no jang ko kuja o membe kelela ni ko nyingo no wala nyindi ko ni bay andu imansi o mesula fa imansi la wala.
However, when you got a message from the Chief Justice saying that Yaya Jammeh was going to dismiss you, or he had an order for Yaya Jammeh for your dismissal from Yaya Jammeh, things changed.
Anin kabi o nyaaw nyara ni nyaawa ko kuma kan kilo ngai na gabrina na kibaro surat Chief Justice nyimbulo ko Yaya Jammeh ko buru ye bay.
You were now afraid not only of being dismissed, but for your own personal safety. Can you tell us why?
Iman na mda woro ron bayro nyin na ko nyin do bari ina na sila la fanam sayang muna na muna sila nda ko nyin kono.
Yes, because the order was from Yaya Jammeh, and Yaya Jammeh, if he's angry with you, then anything could happen to you.
Odumo ngalon ko Yaya Jammeh na kamfatale adu nata atamu moli na kamfate kamma. Bituode kokundi sikeno ite marilal.
When Yaya Jammeh is angry with you, anything can happen to you.
Yaya Jammeh kamfata momor ninga ko kusikera keno ilale.
Things like what?
Membe ko nyumu.
be arrested. You could be killed.
Isi mutano andum fang isi fano.
You could be in prison.
Isi soronno.
And that is why you went into hiding.
Amunda wale asabu itara mabo.
Because you were genuinely scared for your life.
Kadu isila da ila fangola tangola la ila baluo.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happened after that?
Mune natana ke okola.
So because the Chief Justice refused to give me my termination letter.
Chief Justice nyimbalanta la pur kanna letter by letter o nyindinda.
So it was May 12th I learned that he too was fired.
Me karo tiltan nim fulole nata nyim fanam fahamu ko yate fanam bayle.
And that was the day my termination letter was written.
Yo bito lungole fanam yente na bayri letter o nyim fanam safeta kafutamma.
Do you know the reasons behind the dismissal of the Chief Justice?
Ya dalilo membe daliku membe alon ko be maboring waranto membe fuduring dalilo me asabu Chief Justice ni ya bay.
I mean, it might be my case. It might be. I've heard things like it was about the case of Lam Tombantamba, but at that time I was not really. No, I couldn't say specifically that was the reason, but I knew for a fact that he refused to give me my termination.
Ha, ase keno kudol bijele ko kol men be ko lan tombon tambañol la ko bar bitum même ko tinata sobe melna wala nyinti ronga man na son pour kantela bayri letter o dintela.
And even though you didn't know the specific circumstances surrounding his dismissal, you knew that it had to do with a case that he was presiding on, something that had to do with his independence as a judge.
Ani ngabi onya kilo onya randi nyama iko imalo dalilo me asabu ya be membe asabu ya be bari iso bida nyinne ko dalilo me asabu ya be wala nyindi ko sujiri ndin case le me alon ko ayata aya kiti andun ayo ke kula me nyala me alon ko kulu aya landi wala nyama ko ala do ko nyanya na kena do ku nyalte me alon ko betar le lorin afaye.
Yes, I believe he was dismissed because of as a result of interference because of a case, a particular case.
Ha ngalo ya bay dalilo men kan wala nyinti ko dablo keta kiti mento me ya lon ko lebe keri no tembo.
And I believe this point is buttressed after he was dismissed because the person that they brought to replace him was the exact opposite of what he was according to the evidence which we have received. And who was that person?
Yes, that person was Emmanuel Fagbele.
Ha, Omari me ya nati atela palaso to ka fole Emmanuel Fagbenle.
I believe the very day Fagbele took over.
Lata la ko lummem fango Fagbenle ko luta.
That was the very day my termination letter was written.
Wo lum kilingo le famo yentela bayri letter o safe.
And of course, sorry, I was just going to say, and of course he came to purge the judiciary of everybody who was an independent judge or magistrate.
Amunta silang wotumo lem yenyin silota purka molu bay momondi ndinkitindir lalo meya lonko amari la kito alota fayena tarta fambulu purka tonya tamandi.
If you don't agree, Mr. Conte, by all means say so, please.
Ni man som fana Mr. Conte hanim be afudron.
I agree. I agree totally.
Nsontale fang kendake.
Because maybe he might have started with me. So enough learned.
Ha, ne ajube kolu la nya follow tante fangol. Wala, bitu wala na katu ndela bayir letero waira amadina anu fo kol na taketen. La tala ko aketa wole nyama.
Please repeat the last part of your answer. I did not get that.
Akoy la jabiro labango amawoto soto saije kan.
Yeah, because after my case, a lot of other magistrates and judges were dismissed.
Ha, ndela ko magistrate ni jojo lu jamal le soto ntay labanta menu fanalu bayla.
Can you give just some examples of such magistrates and judges and why they were dismissed? Did it have anything to do with their role?
For esis misali ngolo dinol nale wo magistrate ol ni o jojolu fo dum kule men tata dending la kitolu te nyala bang.
Magistrate Ibrahim Jete, I believe he is now a judge.
Justice Magistrate Ibrahim Jaite sa in Jojo le mwate kitindir lale mu.
Was he dismissed because of a decision that he made?
Oh ya bay dalilo men kan wala nyindi ko ay kan wala tabang.
Yes.
Ah.
Who else?
Aninjuma.
And I believe Magistrate Omar Jaro was also dismissed.
Andullah tala ko Justice Magistrate Omar Jallo fanang.
Omar Jabang.
Omar Jabang fana ya bay wo nyale.
And was that because of a decision that he had made during the course of his duties?
Amunda da fana ya bay dalilo men kan wala nyindi ko ala du ko nyi waro nyi kono ay kiti la kunduni nyala me alon ko amandi ay tolie.
Yes.
Ah.
Do you remember Patrick Gomez, who testified here a couple of days ago? Do you remember the circumstances surrounding his dismissal?
Mola me alon ka sedan do DJ ka me Patrick Gomez tildan ko man don fa yalo na dalilo men sababu da fana na bayro la bang.
Yeah, I knew Patrick, but at that time I was not at his judiciary. But I've heard that he also had issues with Fagbele.
Ha, nga Patrick lonne bari bitunga tala ko be kala tumo men no yata mantara judiciary kiti bunda nyinna bari nata nyin lonko fanan ate fanan nim Fagbele ko le du nyotema.
Do you know whether he was dismissed because of his decision as a magistrate?
Yala na ban fa ya da fana bay dalilo men kam wala nyinde ko ay kango men tamande wato men na munun kiti ndir lati ba.
I believe so, yeah.
Ah, lata wala la de.
Do you have any other examples of people who were dismissed because they did the right thing, made a decision during the course of their judicial functions?
Misalo do sotole ba mo do kotangol sotole ba men ya lon ko ila mira lo de yol fana bay kula me ya lon ko be sujiri ni ila do ko le menke wato men munun kiti ndir lal kiti telal.
Jete, Omar Java, Patrick, Chief Justice Chauhan, and later on, these two judges of the Supreme Court, Justice Jane and Justice Sok, were also removed.
Wala Justice Jane nyolu kata Justice Sok ngamera o dalila kilmule fana ya asabu kan fo inata ulu fana lube bondi.
Okay, thank you.
And Magistrate Jacqueline Nixon Hakim too.
Ani Magistrate Hakim nyolbe yolube bondi o nyalema.
Okay, and where was Magistrate Hakim presiding over, in which court?
Magistrate Hakim atabe no kiti bunda bunjumal to no dara kiti o kala kanda men don.
She was a Banjul.
Ngamera utuma be Banjul lenu.
Do you know whether she was dismissed or she resigned?
Yala na banfo ya baile
judicial interference.
Yala na banfo ya baile banfo ata fangole fonyo banka ko sujini nkula me alon ko dabulo le menka kala kiti o nya tamandiri nyala.
I believe, me and her, we are dismissed on the same day.
Mlata la ko
Official letter.
ntenate ben na kolu muliata nyakilu nyalema men denta letoro la me yalon ko asafeta.
Thank you very much for that.
Mbarabake.
You wanted to also give another example of interference.
After misalo do fanandila me alon ko be sujiri ni dabulo la kiti o tamandiri nyala.
Coming from another source apart from the office of the Chief Justice.
Me yalon ko akabona mfanna do la me yalon.
Not the office of the Chief Justice, but the executive.
Fanna do la me yalon ko akabona executive wala me ya jamena la balabul mulla fannati.
Which other source is that?
Yes.
Wala fannati ma de ko take men ge dabula kiti ol tamandiri nyaro.
I believe, and I had information that the Attorney General at that time, Mama Fatima Singate, influenced the decision to get me dismissed.
Ngalata la alunata nyin kibaro fanan soton ko Mama Fatima Singate atelo moti men ya lonko adabulo ke ko nyinto pour ka jako e furu sente bay.
Can you tell us how she did this or what your belief is?
Isa fono nyi ay nyin keno nyaale le warando muna muyte le lannode mune landi ko ay nyin kele.
First, she was the Attorney General.
Follow atelum nung Attorney General.
Her role was to advise the government, the president.
Andung jama atelum ya marlati mansakunda la karola kafo katafo president.
So by law, I don't think the president would dismiss a magistrate or judge without the knowledge of Attorney General.
Utolata la ko president jojo wala magistrate o baila satara ate mambo akalama.
Do you believe that the president would have listened to her if she had given him advice that he didn't want to hear?
For ila mira loro ko ning atra yamaro di president wala for president be kala multi me alon ko abe sonna la yamaro la bang ay men dia la bang fata kala.
Yes, because I'll give you an instance, like the case of Jacqueline's case.
Ha, abasa ke wonyale mbe misali do fanandile la membe ko Jacqueline la case.
I believe she presided over one of the political cases.
Mlata la ko asita politique kito le fanandolu kono kilinkunna.
She freed the accused persons.
Wo menu ye menu tumi okuo kono anatawolu bula ke frita itata.
But she was not dismissed immediately.
But imata bai wo noto de.
And at that point, who was the Attorney General when she ruled or made a decision on those cases?
Attorney Jacqueline biling abe in kango kundula nunga taman lanu yim molla koto yim political molla koto jumala munu Attorney General di minister di.
I believe the Attorney General was Justice Mahoney.
Mlata la ko tumo Attorney General mu Justice Mahoney leti otumo.
And why do you believe she was not dismissed at that time when Justice Mahoney was the acting AG?
Na sabite la mira loro ma bay wo wato la tumala men Justice Mahoney la mun Attorney General me alon ka be karfaring arte la man wo wato.
I believe that was his position, acting Attorney General.
Jikira ngunde abe karfaring ala manu kafme acting.
Yes, to me that proves that if the Attorney General does not influence, the president have little, room or even the courage to, fire a magistrate.
So, ngalo ko Chief Justice natara atemang akonyin fasanu. Woto ngani mira ko tumandolu president fongo ate kidila purkalo ka foko ye nyim bayro ke onyama.
And what about Justice Mahoney made you believe that he did not influence the president in that manner?
Amunta Justice Mahoney mune landi nyinna ko atemang song o kango nyinna ka tamandi o anyama.
Apart from the fact that she wasn't dismissed, obviously, at that time.
Ninga boda nyinna ko ila lara menna ko ima bay wo watola.
I believe, Justice Mahoney is an independent-minded person.
Leta la ko Justice Mahoney mu moleti me ya fansoto ondung aka lo afang la kangole kang.
Believe that he.
So I don't believe he would try to influence or make the president to do that.
Malla te bella fela purka nyin kangodi wala purka ka president nyanyi ni purka ku façon lutamandi.
And why do you think that Mama Fatima Singate, on the other hand, would do something like that?
Sina mune ya sabuite la ranyina ko Mama Fatima Singate nya karadola ni ajube atabo kuland la wole nyama.
If you look at the tenor of Mama Fatima Singate,
ni Mama Fatima Singate la wucheo jibe wucheo menga be mararo la odinkirato.
So many magistrates and judges were removed.
George Jama and magistrate Jama nyin kitindiralo Jama le sotonta kono e menu bondi.
I believe the former Chief Justice Mabel Ajima was removed when Mama Singate was Attorney General.
Lata la ko Ajeman Chief Justice ni ya bondi wato meng ate Mama Fatima Singate ate long Attorney General ti otumo.
Justice Chauhan too was removed when Mama Singate was Attorney General.
Justice Chauhan fana ya bay wato men wayata ate Mama Fatima Singate long Attorney General ti.
Justice Raymond Sock and Justice Janet were both removed when Mama Fatima Singate was Attorney General.
Justice Sok ani Justice Flanja Omayafo Ulufanalu Yebe by Wati Kilumule Wato me Mama Fatima Singate Bije.
We're losing you a little bit, Mr. Conte. Just speak more clearly and audibly.
Justice Janet and Justice Sock, two justices of the Supreme Court, were removed when Mama Fatima Singate was
Justice Sok and Justice Jane Supreme Court Judge Fula. Yol fanal bayo ate wato la wato me Mama Fatima Singate be Attorney General yala.
And you don't believe that it was a coincidence that it was during her tenure that these particular people were removed?
Andu malala ya mutako asikeko ko le benta dorong wato men ye nyilu bondi je wonata la wato benta.
All this cannot be coincidence. Looking into order of the tenure of other Attorney General, for instance, Justice Mahoney. I'm not aware of any single dismissal during his tenure.
Justice Mahoney la wuce okono. Mambo akala mahani sinya killing kafo wodoku lalu killing by kitindir lalu. Bari ni ajibe. Nyimbete keno la kafo ko ibentale. Hani katu atela wuce waralo atela maralo wuce okono lem. Nyi kitindir lalu mo jama sotonta imenu bondi.
And Justice Fagbenle, do you know where he was before he became Chief Justice? Do you know what he was doing?
Justice Fagbenle, yalo na benu mindole janni bagila Chief Justice.
Justice Fagbenle, he was at the Court of Appeal.
Justice Fagbenle abenun kiti sa inkambunda lanum.
And before that?
Then,
No.
I believe he worked as a prosecutor before he was appointed a judge.
Namira kiti ndrilale munu janni ba kala kiti telati nu.
He was the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecution.
Antala munu kiti ndrilale bela nyaton ko de ka me DPP o wado.
Do you know whether he worked during the time that Mama Fatima Singate was the Attorney General at the Ministry of Justice?
Yala na fo wado men Mama Fatima Singate munu minister member ni lual ni kiti ndri kunya la fo abe atenyin DPA Fagbele abenu do gola jere ba.
I mean, you mean he, whether in Fagbele worked with Mama Singate or?
Yes, at the Attorney General's chambers.
Ah.
Because both of them were in that department.
Yes. Yeah.
Akita bunyan.
Are you able to draw a link between those two events?
After isi chokinyolo sabatino ku fulol tema le ba.
Considering the fact that Justice Fagbenle was at the ministry, was at the chief office of the Chief Justice in the judiciary at the same time when Mama Fatima Singate was the Attorney General.
Ni ajibe Fagbele abenu Chief Justice la office onyi do waro mena Mama Fatima Singate abenu minister la memara dual ni kitindri kunyala o.
And their history at the Attorney General's chambers.
Andung tari golle me anon ko wolle keta ministry me marle dual ni kitindri kunyala ko men tambiraje.
Yes, and I personally knew that when Fagbele was acting Chief Justice, Mama Singate would come to his office, the office of the Chief Justice.
Latala wato men Fagbenle be palace nyaton kaya Chief Justice. Mama Fatima Singate kata ala office otole kata futa maje.
So there was a relationship between the two.
Munda hadamaya be nyinu wo fulol tema le.
And where did you get this information from?
Yen kibaro soto mindole.
The day Chief Justice, was it the day or the following day when Chief Justice Mabel Ajiman was removed?
Ngamira trikiling wala samu bring Justice Ajiman Bondi.
And at that time Fagbele was the acting.
Potembo palaso nyimbe karafarim Fagbenle lema.
Mama Singate came to his office.
Mama Fatima Singate na atala office oto.
I went there to see the Chief Justice. So the day I saw them, my own eyes,
wolun nan te fanon fanan kundingu tata jele pour ka chief justice je ndata beng wala feje nte fongale nyaaye mo fulolu je.
Do you know under what circumstances you saw them fraternizing with each other?
Yala na bang yetara alhala nyadi le kono memba sabula yetara alhala nyadi le kono bungo nyin kono je brief rata je ofiso kono.
Well, I believe they had some relationship with cordial and I don't think it would be proper for the Attorney General to just it depends too, but slowly taking into account the circumstances.
It wasn't an official function. That's what you want to say. It wasn't an official function. They were just together on a very in an informal setting.
Amunta ngeje nyokande dorong o dalilo le ya sabu barbitum nyale fangaye mo fulolu je nyokan andu ngalon ko e kanyomoyle bitum ila taranyo ila do ko sambanya obeda mangole tem.
Yes, it wasn't formal. It wasn't formal.
Ila nyoje o amanke ko nyinti ko do ko le ya kaning wala dalila koyole bala luwa ya kaning.
Thank you very much for that.
Numbara ba kela o senandiroto.
Also, you've told us that there were some letters that came from or emanated from the executive.
Yandu ya fo mole fanan janko letaro dolbe jemi alan ko bota executive wala ya jamena la bala mol de be kataringala.
To be more specific, the office of the president.
Ka sabatin ka tiling ko nyim fanga wala president office or letaro men boraje.
To the judiciary or to the courts. Can you tell us more about that?
Letaro men yalan ko ke safena ka president office or ke kitri bundaro.
Yeah, at that time I witnessed 2 occasions.
Ha utembo ndefo nata okuo sedea fosi nyafula fang.
Letters would come from the office of the president.
Letterol kabonam president la office auto.
Judiciary to the office of the chief justice.
Letterol kana kitindir bundala kata chief justice la office auto.
And to the courts.
Kata kitindir dinkiraluto.
I mean, the directing that
kanyin kangodi ko
certain cases and they will list the name of the cases.
Kitul façon lu men yalon ko etel hammo wala nyaabe lori menu kan ikaw kitolu fanglu be safele.
Dispose of within a certain period of time or else the language like that.
Ka fo nyin kiti kari iba kala ten nyin wuce kari kono nionte nyin ninyi ne be kala wo kuma kam façon lu.
Yeah, I personally saw those letters.
Nte fongo kuma yo letterol dolu jele.
And the principal magistrate at that time.
Mutumo magistrate yala utembo.
Who is the current attorney general? He would call a meeting.
Mutumo member chief magistrate yala utuma se bengo kumandi.
Was that Dauda Jallo? You said he was the principal magistrate at the time, the attorney general, the present attorney general now.
Olem Dauda Jallo ti mem principal magistrate a telephone attorney general to say.
Yeah, I mean, so he would call a meeting for us to discuss.
Asi bengo kumandi pour kasi kanyin kolu diam.
And although you didn't mention him, but I believe he was dismissed at some point as well because of a decision that he made during the course of his duties as a magistrate.
Imare to fono de molla me alon ko ye bay do sujita menna wala nyindi ko ye kawleta ila do ko nyin kono bara dafa nan jigita ko ya dafa nan bay dalilo men kam wala nyindi ko ay kawleta ala kitiyo nyi wicho nyi kono kitiyo kundu ni nyaado la me alon ko amandia e to ya bay wala la.
Yes, he was also dismissed because of a case.
Ha yate fanam bay wo dalilo le kan kadro ay kitile te nyama memman dolu nyabo.
And I believe the police or the NIA they came to the office.
Ngalon ko lata ko police wala NIA wul fonglu na telefo kana futa office to je.
And they asked him to surrender his passport.
Ina ta fay jele ko ala passport o aya dila.
Then the Chief Justice, when the Chief Justice knew about this,
Bring Chief Justice.
Who was that?
he protested. He said that
atela mu jumate no Chief
it
Justice
was Justice Choma.
Utumo Justice Johan Lemu Brabota Kalama Ayala Balambaya Itandi.
He protested that he was not going to court unless they let him.
A kamfata la Balambaya Itandi Katita Kito Bundala Hanfo de Funi yo Bulobo Kang.
So he stood up for your worship, Dauda Jalo, at the time.
amunda lota Dauda your worship Dauda Jalo fe o watola.
I believe he did, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Numbara baga.
Can you just tell us briefly what impacts your dismissal from the judiciary, as well as all the experience you've had on the intimidation, harassment, and interferences with magistrate and judges?
Fesa fono nyin kol be narna mun kole akule sabu e bayila bayro nyin aning e dabulo men ka gela kidio nyin tamandir nyaaro aning e ka kuma kan men fo e kidio nyin wicho nyin kona mun kole akule sabu ma.
And what impact has this had on you?
Jojo ni magistrate ol menu be ye bay anu ay mun kole akule sabu ma.
Well, I mean, it's apart from the psychologically, maybe it's kind of stressful.
Ni mirala sondomola karola akake mari de unquality.
And also career-wise too.
Andung ila do ko nyim fanan tamandola karola akake nasidality.
And so for me too, I mean, when I was listening, because I was offered scholarship by Jame.
Ndefanan dum bring ye mbay aketa wala nyama badung ya Jame fon scholarship dintelale.
But I mean that scholarship was revoked.
But was scholarship in ato baile.
So but
Why was the scholarship revoked, Mr. Conte? I know this is an obvious question.
Mana ya sabu scholarship nyin ya bay.
He was not your kind of magistrate. Or you were not his kind of magistrate, rather.
Ita mangala nyar kiti kutula de mialon ko yamala multi.
Yeah, because I thought he said that maybe no, you don't deserve it. So
Ha ngamira aketa wala nyama de ngala college ro nyin aman si pour nga nyin kai.
You were not obeying his orders or directives.
Ibuka songala kangol tamandila ko alaftala nyame.
exactly.
Walem.
Please proceed.
And then?
So fortunately, I was able to find my way out of the country.
Wanata Kenyan Cairo ngasilo nyine hanfo ngasilo suta kabojang.
Then because I was about to come because of the scholarship. I should be coming to University of Oklahoma for my master's program.
Bikatu watembo nyanta silo suta katana masters ke University of Oklahoma pour kata karamalaji.
Yeah, so I was able to have my way.
Bitung wala nata Kenyan silo ngasilo ta pour kata.
Yeah, and my family, they supported me.
Andun nabadi ngulu nadimbaya lu yemfasa bake.
Yeah.
And I hope that your experience has not put you off judicial office for the rest of your life, and that maybe you'll come back home one day and serve.
Ngamira bitung wo kolu wo jeri kolangulu wo takendi la pro ye kodi wo do kola mankita lu abunda do kola mbejikirin ko lumbe sila ibe murula nanne yana tenteng do kola.
Oh well, maybe, probably, but for me, because what I went through was very traumatic. Asike asinata
manya wonya bari bitum fanang kudol fanal bilarin.
Sorry about that, Mr. Conte.
Katu saying
I think I want to pursue my options here.
Ngamira dal lafta bulala nakulu no majanne.
It's unfortunate that we've lost such a noble judicial officer.
Aketa ku keja wote mfota mo kendo la memu kitindirila kendo tikoite.
And I have come to the end of your testimony. I've come to the end of your testimony now. I will hand you over to the chairman for any questions that they may have to ask.
Mfutatela sede yandiro bandula tole sila mbela ko chikala ngadi siranti ba fangola chairman atafangwa ning commissioner dolu mume nyininka soto ise nyininka.
You will also be given an opportunity if the chairman so wishes for any final remarks you may have.
Andu be silo dile fananale nim chairman ye asilo nim chairman sonta puru isila kacha kumfa kumakangulula ite fanan lafta menu banke la jang.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for the opportunity given to me to behold.
Inumbara bake akitanye sewoti animbunya pur kanyi silo yele nyente fanan pur ngana sede yaro la jang.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mr. Conte, for your testimony.
Inumbara Council, inumbara Mr. Conte la sede yandiroka.
You've been up for several hours and so early in the state of Washington.
E wulta juna montro wati jamai be nyala e dinkira nyinto ebe damentu teng tundo me kafaje Washington.
Commissioners, if you have any questions, please indicate.
Ning commissionalu fanalu nim moy nyinin kar soto pour ise nyinin ka.
Not if you have any concluding remarks, Mr. Conte, please proceed to make them now.
Saying ifana woto wairi commissioner man soto men be nyinin kala ifana nakumo kum faran kachalu sila ngasilo di la ifana siwolu fo.
Thank you, Chairman Sise.
Inumbara bake Chairman Sise.
As I've said,
kunga fo nu nyamin.
It's been an honor.
Ninketa nyebu nyati.
And I'm grateful
akata nyen sewoti fanan
for TRC give me the opportunity to behold.
Pro TRC nyen silo mendina kana sede aro la jang.
You've been doing a tremendous job.
Albedo ku kende bale ke kambrali adamu takana sayin kan.
It's amazing.
Akata kuti memfon lafta kela ka kuti.
So, for me, I'm excited about this whole thing.
Nte kungode akitante ye jusula baleti sewo bade.
And it's good for people and the citizens to know.
Abete atele puru molu animbanku dingulu ya lom menketa.
What happened
Menketa
and how, we can grow as a nation.
Aning nsik mune keno puru nga kurukuru kake bankuti komfang lafta la nyaming.
For better.
Me ya lonko asike kaira aning yirwa bati bankoe.
Because, injustice is threat to justice everywhere.
Katu tilimbalia amut tilingu nintonya tinyaleti dunia karawo karala.
For any society to grow,
puru jama sila wo jama ye kurukuru ye meng anyama.
Justice and fairness and equality and respect for the rights of the people is sacrosanct.
Tilingu tonya ka molu kanyandi ka kuolu sahayandi wo mukuleti menkuma yata bake jama fanna wo fannala.
So you've been doing a great job.
Andung aleyerdo ku kende bale ke albe menke kanteng fang hanimbi.
And I would appeal for it to continue.
Mbe wasila pour nyindo ku kendo ay tenteng.
And we look forward to the recommendations.
Bitumbe jikiring hammo fanam bakang sining mu yamar façon lena bena bola nyin kokono.
And certainly the implementation of the recommendations.
Anim fanang jikoning hammo be lori nyin kanko yamaro lu menu be dila pour wol sike kuti ibe menu londi la ke tamandi keke.
mean, because I didn't lose a family member.
Katunta man fo badin na de.
But there are people who lost their family members.
Bari mo jamal le bijam menu ya lonko ibadi ngulu ifote ibadi ngulu la.
So as a society, I think, we should be concerned.
Moto wairi hadama ya lemu hadama dim ndelbem hadama dim letim be nyokang uta nyanta kala nye de undaleti.
I'm not the type of people who would say, oh, if I'm not concerned, I'm not affected, then I'm not concerned.
Ndemanke moti me ya lonko nsafu ko wairi kumankentela kumankena mola uto amanke nye de unkuti ndete manke umofosonti.
So we should all be, once anyone's keeper.
Mfanalu nyanta kela nyoye nyo kanta la leti kanyo komo kanta.
We make so that the report or the recommendations are implemented.
Nsaja fana nyabe sio nyama ya marolu nin kangolu menu be bola jang isi wolu londi ya tama wolula kake kuti me ya lonko asike.
For me, that is my expectation.
Ntele wole mun najikoti.
And I hope it would.
Andu mbejikirin ko fo asekewo nya fanan.
I thank everybody.
Ngamobe numbara.
The commissioners, the members, lead council, Mr. Fall.
Commissionalu menu bebe du ko la jang ani lead council Mr. Fall.
All the council and the council that led me, Council Sagar.
Ani council me ya lon ko le tambita nyato biten council Sagar.
I'm grateful, I'm honored.
Nyinketa nye bunyani horomoti bake de fanan.
So I thank you all.
Moto mbali benu mbara la mbali jaila.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Conde. We should be the ones to thank you for your service to the country.
Mr. Conte inumbara bake mfanalu be jaila bitu mtele nyantete fana numbara la ye do ko menke ila bankoe.
We really am sorry that things ended as the way they should not have ended.
Akitam fanali ni kuyati kulu nata laban nyamin amanya na laban na wanyama umanke kulu kenyati.
I do hope that you get another opportunity to serve the country that we all love.
Mbenyi njiko soto la nganyi njiko soto ko fo bunda do sina yele isi do ko kela banko e nyame nyama.
It's not been easy for you, it's not been easy for the country at all.
Amang sona ya ite fangoye ando amang sono ya banko fana wole nyama nyi sanji muani mfulo kono.
But you demonstrated your commitment to service the country and the people.
Bari yela wakilo ni sayo yitandi purka do ko ke ila banko moliye anila banko fango.
Under very difficult circumstances.
Ando aketa watu metebe do ko ke la aketa wati kolengoleti nutumo.
And most of the time, very discouraging circumstances.
Andu tembo kulle kake meni alonko jikilate kulle multi wati ube.
But we thank you for your service and thank you for your testimony.
Mbe numbara la ila do ku kendo kan mbe numbara la fanan ila sede yaro kan.
I think you can perhaps go back to sleep now and rest a bit more.
Abaraka ngamera sila esi muru yeta yela yesino demanding yeda ha.
Yeah, waking up at 7 o'clock to go through 3 hours of testimony is not easy.
Kawuli talawro ula kanadu montoro wati saba sede andiro kono amanke kusono yarentide.
Thank you again very much.
Bare kotake inumbara kende ke kotake.
Councillor, we're ready with some witnesses for the afternoon. If we are, we'll take a break and come back at 3 o'clock.
Mr. Chair, yes, we are.
Beg your pardon?
We are. We have witnesses who are waiting for the afternoon session.
Good.
Thank you.
We will take a break and come back at 3 p.m. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.